أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning everyone. To yang berbahagia Profesor Insinyur Dr. Cik Maznah Maisa, Dr. Siti Hafizan Hassan, Dr. Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Iqmal Fazlan Berosli as the course coordinator of CBM 730. My name is Associate Professor Dr. Kedora binti Abdul Ghani. I am the resource person of CBM 730 and will be the chair for the first and the second session. Inshallah. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to the colloquium, the first colloquium of CBM 730, which we call it as the journey into knowledge for our master instruction management. The first session will be presented by Mr. Muhammad Zahir Saleh. Mr. Muhammad Zahir, are you ready?
Ready, Prof?
Alhamdulillah. All right, good. So, as mentioned by Dr. Muhammad Iqmal Fazlan just now, the presentation time will be given to you 10 minutes, for the presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A from the panel, inshallah. Right. So, the title of your presentation, the thesis is the Sustainable Criteria Assessment on Infrastructure Project towards Sustainable Cities and Communities. And the main supervisor is the technologist Dr. Muhammad Samsudin Abdul Hamid. All right. So, Mr. Zahir, you might share your slide now.
Thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum and good morning to all my friends, panel, Dr. Siti Hafizan and Hassan, and Prof. Dr. Cik Maznah binti Maisa, and all lecturer and my friend. Today, I would like to present my master thesis, the topic Sustainable Development Attribute for Assessment on Infrastructure Project towards Sustainable Cities and Communities. Thank you, Doctor. Today I have a table of content, 6 content. For the first introduction, the 70 Sustainable Development Goal were unanimously adopted by the 193 United Nations member states in 2015 as a call to action to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and improve the life and future of all people. In Malaysia, found that the Malaysian government also respond to the UN plan to implement more systematic development. For the problem statement, for the current situation, the application submitted by the consultant comply with the minimum technical requirement to enable the submitted application to get approval from one-stop center at local council. Most of the consultants are more concerned about the cost that has been emphasized by the project owner. The current sustainable development problem is that a guideline that meet SDG 11 discuss several things to make sustainable city overlook. Green that play area that suitable for healthy activity is very limited in terms of size of activity for cycling, which require long distance. So for the problem segment need to be done, adapting the requirement of sustainable criteria on infrastructure project in local council approval will help the local government set the appropriate requirement to achieve the objective of FDG 11 at the local government level and achieve sustainable city and communities as per SDG 11, which has been planned by the United Nations at the international level and KPKT at the national level. So the research objective for my research is number one, to identify sustainable criteria assessment on infrastructure project towards sustainable city and communities, to evaluate relative important index for sustainable criteria assessment on infrastructure project towards sustainable city and communities. And number three, final, to develop sustainable criteria assessment framework on infrastructure project towards sustainable city and communities. The significance of research, we have four: infrastructure, economical, social, and academia. The literature review, the project development, most important in Malaysia for generate economy for country and surrounding area. Infrastructure project development of city, sustainable development goal, sustainable development goal 11, and analyze using relative important index, follow the formula and table, analyzing using effective index, and also follow the formulas. For the research gap, we have four research gap. This is a table of comparison for the research gap. This is a flowchart of research gap. Start with research gap, apply study, theory and understanding sustainability, divide for economic, social, environment. For the methodology, analyze and method using RII and EI, so that we can propose research for the topic of my research. For the chapter number 3, the methodology, as we show the flowchart for research methodology, we start after we get the topic, we start the selection of case study, we identification of parameter and variable of research study, we questionnaire design, distribute questionnaire, selection of distribution using descriptive statistic, divide for environment, social, and economic. So that when selection of attribute using RI and EI, after that we can make a ranking the most important attribute. After that, the selection the infrastructure sustainable attribute, and for the adjective 3, we can classification of attribute based on infrastructure project, and finally for the adjective, develop framework for selection of attribute for assessment on infrastructure project towards sustainable cities and communities. For the sampling size, we choose a technical person at Kedah State at the Department Irrigation and Drainage, Public Work Department, and local council like engineer, architect, and the planner. The questionnaire design, after complete the questionnaire design, we distribute directly to respondent of the target participant using WhatsApp and Google Form. Selecting using descriptive statistic, we use SPSS software and can get descriptive statistic. With the formula, we can get the relative important index and effective index. So that for the economy sustainable level, we have 60 element, start with water and cost. For the social sustainability element, we have 15 sustainability element, social sustainability element. Start with creating job due to the need of labor. And finally, environment sustainability element, we have 20 elements. Start with integrated environmental and economic program. Result under discussion, the result defined as the result or change that organization anticipate seeing one the project successful complete. This table show the economic sustainable element get from the journal. Number two table number two, social sustainability element, list of journal, and environmental sustainability element we get from the one more journal. For the technical person demographic, we show the pie chart, number of respondent. We have 37 respondent, the technical person at Kedah, at PWD, the ID and local council. Number of infrastructure project respondents specialized building, drainage, road, and slope. The number of respondents in the department, we say architect, engineer, and planner, their experience. So for the finalize, after we get the RI and EI, we can restructure the for the get the ranking. For the economy factor, the material cost is the most important, which means 4.49. Okay. For the ranking and selection infrastructure sustainable attribute for sexual factor, with a mean 4.0, health and safety at workplace is a most important at the ranking. For the sustainable infrastructure sustainability attribute for environment, after we calculate for mean which mean 4.0, the regulation, environmental regulation is the most important first ranking for the environment. The table show the core criteria CC1 will get from Infrastar CIDB. We show the classification attribute based on infrastructure core criteria. And the final infrastructure sustainability criteria, we show the framework how to get the factor based on road, drainage, and slope. Finally, conclusion and recommendation. As a conclusion, the whole list that was taken from the early literature review demonstrate how crucial it is to take into account every single item when implementing sustainable attribute for the evaluation on infrastructure project that lead the sustainable city and communities. According to the result of the investigation, 55 attribute in total that fell under the three main category of sustainable we deem to be of utmost important for both of the RII and EI. According to RII value, the most important factor sustainable attribute for assessment of infrastructure project toward sustainable city and communities under the list of factor for economy was material cost, social factor was health and safety at workplace, and environment factor was environment regulation. So for the recommendation, compare after this, if new research, we can compare the point of view of other construction workers from other levels of management to study the understanding of sustainable attribute for the assessment of infrastructure project toward sustainable city and community. For that, we only choose the technical person at the government sector only. The respondent group is suggested to contractor by private engineer consultant and private architect consultant, since that have greater access to carry out sustainable development project. And compare the sustainable factor that affect the implementation of sustainable practice under the key principle of sustainable based on sustainable criteria assessment on infrastructure project towards sustainable city and community in phase start with pre-design, pre-construct, and construction. And finally, analyze the sustainable city criteria assessment of infrastructure project towards sustainable city and community based on the Malaysian Sustainable Rating Tool, such as Infrastar from Construction Industry Development Board. That's all. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Zahir. And now we open to the Q&A section. Okay, and each panel will be given 5 minutes each, okay, to comment on the presentation from Mr. Muhammad Zahir. Mr. Muhammad Zahir, please keep sharing your slide, okay? So we welcome the
Okay.
first panel, yang bahagia Professor Insinyur Dr. Cik Maznah. Please welcome Dr. Cik Maznah.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Congratulations, Zahir, for your presentation. Okay, can we look at the title? Okay, maybe one or two questions. All right, because I think,
Yes, please.
yeah, because of the time. Okay, so I think based on your title, please. Your title actually, I can see that the variable is actually the attributes. Okay,
Yes.
so the attributes would be your independent variables. So in this case, you get your attributes from the literature review. Okay,
Yes.
and then you relate to the sustainable development goals of sustainable cities and communities. Okay, but this topic is basically too specific to that SDG actually. But I think a topic should actually relate to the study that you do. All right, so that's my first comment. Okay, I think the second one is actually on the objective. Okay, I think the second objective, it is not supposed to be to evaluate the relative important index. Okay, so from what I understand, relative important index used, okay, to rank, okay, the most important. So I think the objective should be to determine, okay, the most critical attributes. Yeah. Okay, and the rest too, I think you can improve the sentence. Okay, I just be very quick. All right, I think the results from the literature review, okay, should be because that one is actually you are doing your content analysis here to get all the attributes, right? The 55
Yes.
attributes. Okay,
Yes.
so I think those should not be in the results section. Okay, so I think that would be in the literature review section. Okay, and then that is actually to develop that framework. Okay, so that's why you get from the literature review. Okay, and then I think one more is for your results. Okay, for the mean, yeah, mean too, how do you calculate the mean? Do you use the SPSS?
Yes. Use the
All right, so
SPSS.
normally if you use mean, okay, then it should come together with the standard deviation. All right, that's that's the standard ways of looking at the mean. And then if you already have the mean, you don't have to calculate RRI anymore. Okay, so I
Yes.
think you have to choose whether it's mean or standard or the RRI. I think the EI is actually the percentage of those RRI, right? Okay,
Yes.
so I don't think EI is you don't have to use EI pun sebenarnya, because based on the relative important index tu you dah boleh rank dah. Okay,
Oh.
so it's just
Yeah.
that you convert that to percentage. So I think that's all for my comments for now. The rest will
Thank
be in
you.
Okay.
my
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Prof.
Alhamdulillah.
All right.
Thank you so
Okay.
much to Yang Bahagia Professor Dr. Cik Maznah. Okay, now we move to the second panel. Dr. Siti Hafizan, please. Welcome,
Okay.
Dr. Hafizan, comment.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam, Putri.
Congratulations, Cik Zahir. Well done for your
Okay.
good, very good work lah, I think. Okay, so look back at your, I think for your result.
Okay.
Your main result of the study. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so from this you found that material. Do you agree, or maybe in your questionnaire, why you distribute all the opinion of the respondent too? Do you think why they choose the material as a main?
Okay.
Of
Okay,
the main
Dr.
fact?
Siti.
Okay.
Okay, can I understand about the material cost as a main factor for economy. From my experience, after the COVID, the material cost very unstable. For your information, the cost for material like concrete, steel, not stable. Today, for the premix also not stable. This main item, the supplier can increase the cost of the material and very high lah. So that's why I think the technical person choose the material cost for the economy. The material cost will affect the overall project, the speed the project. If material cost, the price increase more than budget at the project, the contractor will stop or cannot get the material for the continue their construction. That's why I think the technical person choose the material cost as at for the main factor for the economy factor.
Okay. Okay, next, back to your framework. Very interesting. I think the framework. Congratulations to you and your SP lah. Okay, so maybe from the framework itself, do you think this framework are suitable to be used for the industry industry needs lah? I think is it important or is it suitable or any can be improved for from your study?
Okay, Dr. Siti. Thank you. This I will thank to Dr. Samsudin Abdul Hamid for the teach me about to get the this framework. Okay, I will detail the framework. We start the infrastructure. For the infrastructure, we have road, drainage, and slope. As an engineer in government sector, I will review the plan road and drainage. First, I will see the core criteria that I get from the CIDB infrastructure. So for the follow the sustainable factor for the need, this is not too easy because we have three section. First, the infrastructure. That core criteria, we will select the core criteria from the infrastructure CIDB. After that, we choose the sustainable criteria, other economy, social, and environment. And finally, from the economy, we must choose the sustainable attribute. For the economy, we have 30, social 40, and environment also 40 criteria. For the layman, it's quite difficult, but if we use this framework every day, we will understand how to get the factor for the infrastructure. Before nowadays, for green building index or IBS score, they also have criteria. So they also apply like this like this framework also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Zahid.
Alhamdulillah. Okay,
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you
Congratulations.
to panels. Okay, Professor Engineer Dr. Cik Mazna and Dr. Siti Hafizan. Okay, and we hope that Mr. Zahir will shall take up all the comments for the improvement of the thesis. Okay, and the panel will write down further comments, yeah, in the thesis. Okay, inshallah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zahir. Congratulations and yes.
And
Okay, thank you. All right, congratulations to you. Okay, thank you to the panels too. Okay. All right, now, Alhamdulillah, insyaAllah, we move to the second session. Okay, Professor Engineer Dr. Cik Mazna will stay as the panel too. Okay. All right, insyaAllah. Okay, we move to the second presentation. Okay. Yes, Mr. Afiq. Okay, with the title Market Acceptance of Machinery Apps Among Contractors in Northern Region of Malaysia. And we also welcome the panels. Okay. The first panel will be Yang Bahagia Professor IR Dr. Cik Mazda Ahmad Isa, and the second panel will be Teknologi Dr. Muhammad Ikmal Fazlan bin Rosli, and I am the main supervisor for Afiq. Okay. All right. So okay, Afiq, are you ready?
Okay, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. So you may start now. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay. Thank you, our chairperson, Dr. Kedor Abdul Ghani. So my name is Muhammad Afiq bin Hashim. My supervisor is our chairperson, Dr. Kedora Abdul. Thank you to panel 1, Professor Isuna Dr. Chemaznah bin Imad Isa, and also technologist Dr. Muhammad Ikmal Fazlan bin Rosli as my panel. To all my lecturers and my fellow friends, today I'm going to make my presentation on market acceptance on missionary apps among contractors in the region of West Malaysia. Okay. So for the introduction, so basically missionary apps set by Winnie in 2019, whereas they now have a rapid implication in innovation in computing device and IT and construction at Northern region of Malaysia. We have a current traditional construction system that conducted manually that can elongate the tendering time, leading to the corruption, time wastage, interference, excessive paperwork, manipulation, and that process will resulting the lack of transparency. So a relation between the missionary apps and market acceptance, there is no consolidated information on the acceptance type. So we come up with the research question is, first one, what is the factor that influence, how to measure, and how to assess the important level of acceptance of using missionary apps at construction site in the region of Malaysia. To answer the research question, we come out the research objective is the first one, to identify the current practices of material ordering using the systematic literature review, and then RO2 to assess the factor and acceptance through questionnaire and relative important index analysis. RO3 to evaluate the level of acceptance using the prioritization process on the RI value ranking. So for the scope selection of professional, we have select the contractor G6 and G7 that register on CIDB because they have a broad working experience in the construction project and they have knowledge and understanding of the digital data, and currently they have their ongoing involvement or managing construction in project in Northern region. So significance of the research, it will benefit to several parties such as construction companies. It can benefit them by using the machinery apps. They can have a barrier in their operation. Machinery app developer, from the customer experience, they can use for design purpose. For the government, like Malaysian Ministry Works, through CIDB, they can develop policies and regulation. For the theoretical, for academician, they can retrieve the connectivity that create analysis for the future research. Okay, so we go to for the literature review. There have several articles that contribute to the technology adoption at construction site. There are several. And they also have a digitalization effect towards the business operation, like Ruini and PARC 2020. So for the independent variable, we have formulated based on the unified theory of acceptance on the usage of technology, UTAHUT. This theory aims to explain user intents and action using the specific data or information. So as you can see, the customer acceptance will be focused on the Malaysian contractor G6 and G7 that registered with the CIDB. This is based on the factor on UTAHUT. We can see the performance, expectancy, effort, social, and facilitating condition that will contribute to the use behavior. So this is the dependent variable, like I just said now. Okay, this is the missionary app storyboard. This storyboard can be used to as a general knowledge before they answer the questionnaire survey. So I come up for the methodology. We have For the methodological approach, we have formulate the problem statement, research objective, and research gap, whereby we have the pilot study. We have done the pilot study to identify the related acceptance factor by using UTAHUD, and we done the collection data by quantitative method. We done the survey. That targeted respondent was 100% sample of project managers, company directors, and also the engineers. This is a non-probability possessive sampling. And for the analyze, we use relative importance index as the analysis tool to analyze the result and questionnaire. And then we validate to get the acceptance of missionary app as the result. This is the research activity flowchart. Okay, for the calculation, Talibon et al. State that RII is used to identify the index value of a subject. The identification of value index using the RII can be populated by the ranking of each factor rank based on degree importance. So here is the RII formula. Okay. For the validation, the qualification of a practitioner is based on the point system proposed by Hollowell and Gambatis. To meet the minimum qualification, it was suggested that the expert profile must fulfill with a minimum of 4 requirements from each list of 10 lists proposed, and the minimum of 11 points to guarantee the method rigor. Okay, for the result, this is the reliability analysis. We have analysis from job position, contractor company grade, respondent based on years experience, and also number of respondents from the each state. Okay, we can see the company director is 21% that contribute to this questionnaire survey, 41% for project manager, 25 from engineer, and 13 from supervisor. So the finding will answer the RO, which is the first one. Research objective one is what the factor acceptance of technological construction. This is the finding from the SLR. We have found the UTAHUD theory that have the factors element, and they have a sub-factor, which is the performance expectancy, effort, social, and facilitating condition to have the acceptance on technology that we use in construction site. Okay, to define how to define the factor influence acceptance. So for the finding, we have done the questionnaire survey and analyzed using the RII, and these are the finding from this the RII analysis. You can see the RII for each element, such as for the first one, performance expectancy, we got 0.89 and 0 for job fit. Okay, same as another expert, social, and facilitating condition. And then to answer the RO3, how to determine the level of acceptance, we have level it out by rank by category on each factor. You can see the job fit 0.898 is rank number 1. Also, you can see for the effort expectancy, they have 2 stars on number 1, which they share the same level of importance. Then we go for the validation. We have done the interview with the project managers company from G6 and G7. They have we have project managers from 10 to 26 years. They highlight that job fit are well received in the construction industry that fitting into its need. And missionary apps can boost their productivity in construction logistics. They also affirm that missionary apps can improve the business operation and simplifying the project tasks. And missionary apps also effective tool show the positive impact to the construction process outcome. So as a conclusion, I'm gonna write up the summary to answer the objective one. We have done the literature review. We get the list of factors based on the UTAUT. We have the element, performance, effort, social, and facilitating, and have the sub-factor for each element. For objective 2, we have done the RII analysis, whereby we distribute the questionnaire, conduct the RII based on respondent answer, and then for the output, we get the RII value for each factor in the UTAUT. So for the prioritization for process, from the RII value that we get from each factor, we make the level of market acceptance. And then we validate the market acceptance by using the point system for the qualification expert panelists. So as a conclusion, the acceptance of missionary apps in construction industry in Northern region is promising. Then each factor listed on UTAUT categorized has proven the practically of the missionary apps will benefit the construction deliverable. As a recommendation, we can expand the research scope beyond the northern state of Malaysia into the west, east, south region for more comprehensive understanding and multi-phase industry representation, not just contractor and company director, but we can also let authorities to answer the questionnaire to get a better understanding. And the cooperative studies, we can evaluate the missionary apps against technological solution or have alternative approach in the construction industry to get a strategic design decision making in the industry practitioner and policymaker.
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Afiq. Alhamdulillah. Okay, congratulations on your presentation. Okay, and now I open the session to the Q&A session. Okay, please welcome Professor Engineer Dr. Cik Maznah to
Okay,
give
thank you.
comments.
Thank you. Okay, congratulations, Afiq, for your presentation and for your study. All right, so I have few things, maybe some questions, maybe some just statement. Okay, to improve, I think you need to do some alignment. Okay, first, similar to the previous one, you have dependent and independent variable. Okay, so the dependent variable would be the acceptance, okay, of the users, yeah, from the market, right? Okay, so their acceptance actually would depends on the factors that you have determined. Okay, and then those factors you use the UTAUT, yeah, UTAUT model, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Prof.
basically you are using the current model, yeah. So that means later in your contribution you may add in terms of apa ni kita kata additional lah ya, additional contribution to the knowledge ataupun contribution to the theoretical, yeah, theoretical knowledge lah. All right, so but in this case, in terms of the analysis, I only see because you have two variables, you have dependent variable and independent variable. Okay, so in thesis normally we can actually measure both. Okay, but maybe using a different analysis. Okay, so but in this case, I do not see the measurement for the dependent variable, even though you show that the result for your dependent variable, but actually those are the factors, the results for your factors, right? The ranking based on the RRI. Betul Fik?
For dependence, my dependence variable will be the contractor company G6 and G7.
So that is your sampling. That is your sample population or your target respondents. Okay. All right. So, but the acceptance, the dependent variable, okay, meaning that if we say variable, so accept or not accept, okay. So the one that accept, the one do not accept. So actually those are the measurement that you need to do for the acceptance. Okay, but the factors you already have that measurement based on the ranking. Okay, that one is actually based on your survey. Okay, betul Alright. Okay, and then you get your findings. Okay, and then you validate through the interview. Right? Okay,
Yes,
so for interview you ada 3 orang kan? You have three persons, right, for the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I think that would go to the next one, which is your methodology. Okay, so your methodology is actually a combination of the quantitative and qualitative. Okay, so that can be a mix, so we call a mixed method. Okay, another one that I would like to highlight for you to improve is actually on the sampling frame. Okay, I heard that you mentioned about non-probability. Okay, good. I mean, you have a non-probability sampling because you don't have the whole list, okay, of those sample of respondents. Okay, but basically by saying that you choose only hundreds, okay, that would require justification. Okay, so normally for non-probability sampling, okay, you may use maybe certain calculation, maybe Krajcik and Morgan, for example, to look at, I mean, the basis on the numbers of target respondents. Okay, and then from those target respondents, then you get 100, for example. Okay, then that would be the justification. All right, so I think for now, I think that's all for my part. The detail will be in your thesis
Thank you
comment.
very much.
All right.
Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, and now we move to second panel. Technology Dr. Muhammad Ikmal Fazlan. Please, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Dr. K. And congratulations, Afid, for completing your thesis. Afid, can you go to slide number 1? Your title.
Number 1, Doctor. Okay.
The title of your study. All right, so what is your, why you mentioned northern region of West Malaysia? Why you just not mention just northern region saja?
Oh, because we are Semenanjung we call it West Malaysia, while in Sabah Sarawak we call East Malaysia. So I stay in the northern region of West Malaysia in Semenanjung.
Okay, because right, quite confusing lah because West East macam Kelantan Terengganu kan, right? So never mind, maybe you can discuss with supervisor. Next, can we go to your objective?
Objective, sir. Okay.
Your slide is lagging.
Like sorry. Yeah.
Okay, never mind lah because we're running out of time. All right, so in your objective number 1 ke number 2, I forgot. You mentioned about SLR, all right, systematic literature review. But when I take a look at your thesis, you only have 11 references, all right, and then okay, and then apa the discussion in your literature review, maybe all right. There are some discussion, but there's not until the SLR punya level. So maybe the objective, maybe you should discuss with supervisor. The SLR in objective to maybe should be apa? Number 1, right? Maybe you should be silent ke apa, because when your thesis in your conclusion, right, in to answer objective number 1, you didn't put systematic literature review. Alright, so maybe you and your supervisor should look at lah. Alright, and then your thesis ni, you want to do what? Is it application or mobile application?
For mobile application, Doctor, because
Mobile,
like
right
now,
so you are using
yeah.
in your thesis title, you are using apps. So apps is a slang. So this thesis is a formal documentation. Alright, so maybe you should put mobile application first. Right, so you using apa machinery apps, right? So we have a differentiate between application and mobile application. So application is the software. So mobile application is what you are doing now. Apa apps. So maybe you should put for the formal documentation like thesis, maybe we should put mobile application. Alright, and it also help with your apa word count lah kan. Okay, you have to put 10,000. So mobile apps you put dah tambah dah word count. Alright. So alright. So I think that's all. Alright. So like Prof Cik Mas Nasir, my comment also in your thesis. Alright. Anyway, congratulations to you and your supervisor for doing this research. All right, good job.
Alhamdulillah, congratulations, Afi. Okay, you really need to take serious on those comments. Okay, and keep up your writing. Okay, inshallah. Okay, and thank you so much to Yang Bahagia, Professor Engineer Dr. Cik Mazna. Okay, as a panel 1 and Teknologi Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Fazlan. Okay, as panel 2 for commenting Afiq's presentation and content. Okay, alright, alhamdulillah.
Saya ada
Okay,
share untuk sampling method tu. Nanti saya akan share juga methodology books. I think for the
Alhamdulillah.
rest
Thank
tu, I
you so
think
much.
you should prefer to methodology books. Yeah. Alright.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum.
Dr. Prof. Cik Salam warahmatullahi. Bye. Okay, alhamdulillah. Now I pass to Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Fazlan. Okay, to become the chairperson for next session. Okay, please, Dr. Iqbal.
All right. So thank you, Dr. K. Assalamualaikum and hi to all. All right. So for next presenter, we have Mr. Mustafa. Okay. So Mr. Mustafa. All right. Can you please share your slide?
Okay.
All right. So
Okay,
with us,
boleh.
we have two panels. That is Professor Madya, Dr. K. Dora Abdul Ghani as panel number 1, and we have Dr. Siti Hafizan as panel number 2. All right, so as I mentioned in our group, all right, so you have 10 minutes to present, and I think the floor is yours when you're ready, Mr. Mus.
Okay. Okay, can I start? All right. Thank you, Dr. Iqbal Fazlan. And then Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone, especially to my fellow friends, lecturers, and my esteemed panel, Associate Professor TS Dr. K. Dora and Dr. Siti Hafizan as my panel. So thank you for being present this morning. Okay, today I'm honored to present my thesis title, Improvement of Material Management in Construction Project. Before I go further, actually the effective material management play a pivotal role in the success of a construction project by ensuring the timely availability of resources and minimizing delay. This is the quantitative research study, and I will using SPSS for my analysis. Okay, so for my case study, I will focusing on the construction projects in the area Mukim Ampangan, Seremban, Negeri Sembilan. Actually, in the Mukim Ampangan, we have two big project there, and hardware shop about 10, and population in 2020 is about 52,000. Also, the area is around 58 meter square, and the population density is 882 per meter square. And my case study is will go around 2 kilometer distant area. So why I choose this? This area is the suburb of the Seremban area, and the lack of the sources of the building material is the point of why I'm doing this study. And considering the factor of the transportation also, a part of it, why I'm doing this study. So for the process efficiency, for the problem statement, so I have about 5. That means the process efficiency. That one you could revolve around identifying inefficiencies in material procedure, storage, or distribution process. Number 2, procedure of material management that focus on improving material management practice. Number 3, supplier selection and relationship management. That means to pertain the selecting the right supplier, evaluating their performance, and managing supplier relationship effectively. Number 4 is training and skill level. That means to the competence of the construction team in handling material can affect how efficiently material are received, stored, and used. And the last one is sustainability and environmental impact. So we will focusing on developing sustainable material management practices to control the wastage. So the significant study is improving the construction project outcome and then reducing the time gap and informing the guideline, policy, and regulation. And the last one is recommendation for the best practice. So for the literature review, the method I'm using is first defining the research question, then I go to the search strategies, selection of the sources, then make a reading and summarize it. So then after that, synthesis and analysis and critical evaluation, and also the last one is organization and writing. The source is academic research, book, thesis, government publication, and website online resources. Sorry. Okay, what I find from the literature review is number one, information technologies. Number two, project delay. Number three, communication. Number four, process efficiency. Number five, procurement. Number six, supplier selection. Number seven, training. Number eight, sustainability. Number nine, logistic. Number 10, cost. 11, software. And 12, system dynamic. So from there, we get the objective. That one, number one, is to identify the procurement process of material management in construction project among construction players in Ampangan, Seremban, Negeri Sembilan. Number two, to determine the challenges and issues faced by construction industry in the procurement process of managing material in construction project among construction players in Ampangan. And the objective number three is to evaluate the factor that influence the implementation of effective material management for the procurement process in construction project. So for my hypothesis, hypothesis one, what I want to get it is material procurement process in construction project often lack standardized procurement and guideline. Number two, in the educate communication and coordinate between project stakeholder result in difficulty in timely material procurement leading to project delay. And number three, effective utilization of technology such as a material tracking system, inventory management software, and digital tools enhances the implementation of efficient material management practices in construction project. So this is my independent variable and also dependent variable. So I got 4: process efficiency, procedure of material management, supplier selection, relationship management, and training skill as a IV. And my DV is improving the current practices and procurement. The methodology we can see here. The first chart is more to find out the discussion and conclusion. That means I start with the selection of case study. Then after that, identification of the parameter and variables research study. So then after that, I create the questionnaire. Create the questionnaire and distribute the questionnaire using the Google, using the medium of the internet and also the WhatsApp. Then after that, do the data analysis, and I'm using the SPSS for my data tabulation. So to get all the three objectives, then after that, I discuss and make a conclusion. So the second chart is we can see is the questionnaire. So the RO is literature review, questionnaire, collecting data, then do the SPSS, and then do the key in data. From the SPSS, I'm using the multiple response because my question is multiple choose. So I'm using the SPSS analysis and multiple response. Then after that, I define the variable set to get the frequencies. And wait. Okay, then the final one, we try to get the conclusion and suggestion. So the result as an analysis. So for the RO1, what you can see here, after I do the question.
You are at 8 minutes, another 2 minutes, yeah?
Okay. Okay, questionnaire, I'm coding the thing. So what I'm doing is I try to do the current process situation first. So by the question, all the CP2 until say CPS7. So the respondent make a choices, and then what I can see here is the pattern. So the pattern is the procurement system management, material management, improving and impact. So after that, we make a decision. So then the finding is we find the finding. Then the RO1 we can conclude as a strategic and target approach is required to overcome the identified challenge and optimize the construction project performance. This may involve a combination of financial management, process improvement, and technology adoption strategies. So for the RO2, the RO2 is the challenge and issue. So what I can conclude is the relationship, supply relationship, environmental concern, and process efficiency. So for the RO3, the potential improvement. So from the analysis, so the RO3, what I can get it is to enhance the effectiveness of the procurement in construction project. Is it crucial to events in the through planning, customization of tools based on organizational need and continuous improvement in a technology solution. So the conclusion to identify the current practice is a cost escalation of material, on-time delivery of material, procuring a good quality material and maintaining the quality till construction and maintenance phase, and managing the risk related to material cost escalation or material inventory related and risk. Number 2 is to study that indicate communication and coordination between project stakeholder. Number for RO2, the application of the proper material management in construction project. And the last one, to control loss of project from overrun, give easiness for workers to do work. And the RO3, to root the blockchain technology can help to mitigate these issues by creating the decentralized and transparent system. So recommendation is recommendation
Cik Mus,
1.
sorry, Cik Mus, time's up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this is the last slide, right? So recommendation, maybe you can just show. All right.
Okay.
So thank you, Cik Mus. So
Thank you.
now I open for the panel to give some suggestion to the students. All right, maybe we start with the panel number 1, Dr. K.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Ikmal. Okay, Cik Mus, very good presentation. Okay, nice slide. Okay, and interesting topic to study. Okay, Cik Mus, can you show me the problem statement? Yeah, I would like to ask just a simple question. Yeah, from these 5 problems or issues. Okay, which is the most the practically, before you did the research, which one is the most crucial or critical problems for your in your opinion?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kedora. So in my opinion, is the procedure of the material management, because this one is more to the link between and communication between the department to do the procurement, to purchase the thing, and to make it that one happen and send within the time to the site. So this is the most crucial problem that we are facing. I mean, the construction project are facing right now, because sometimes the material management procurement, I mean the management make it that one is without any duration time, follow the schedule of the project. So that's why the project will be delayed, and then the logistic and also the delivery will be delayed. So the project we cannot I mean hand over on the time. That's from my
Okay,
my view.
all right. So how do you find the result? Is it a tally with the one that you have found in the real situation?
In the real situation, yes, like I explained before. So what I found it here, yes, all the respondents say that the communication is the big. I mean the problem. I mean the big problem for the construction site. Okay, because in terms of the procedure, all the requisition form and everything sometimes is not going back to the HQ, and the HQ not really link with the project management. I mean, link with the work program. So that's why this thing happened. So the respondent agreed on this particular thing. I mean, this procedure of the material management.
Okay. Alright. So maybe dalam thesis tu boleh you can add more justification lah. Okay, to tally with the problem, with the objective, and also with the findings. Okay.
Okay.
Alright. And then the second thing is okay. Refer back to your slide. Methodology.
Methodology.
I think in the methodology slide, the procedure, I think slide number 12. Sorry, 10. Okay,
Yeah.
the first procedure, you said objective. The left side. The left side. The objective is not tally with the one that you wrote in the slide, the earlier slide.
Oh, okay.
Is it? Okay, so I'm afraid
Okay. I'm very sorry.
ada
My mistake.
miscommunication lah nanti Okay.
Yeah, my mistake.
So please
Okay.
ni lah improve lah ataupun do the amendment. If you put that chart or figure in your thesis, you need to do the amendment lah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright. So okay. Okay, I think that's all lah. Okay, from my observation towards your study. Okay, so other comments will be written in the thesis. Okay, inshallah.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
Inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Ikmal. Okay,
Thank you, Dr. Dora.
So I pass
congratulations. Start
to Dr. Siti.
Okay, congratulations, Cik Mus. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Finally, you did it.
Yeah.
Okay, back to
Depend on you too.
objective number 3, Cik Mus, back to your objective, Cik Mus.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay. So number one, procurement process, right? So
Yeah,
construction players in Ampangan lah. This one untuk your study, right?
yeah, correct.
Okay, so the main result as stated for the Dr. K tadi kan. So the
Yep.
second objective tu, the challenge and issues. So is it you rank the challenge that you get from the respondent?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so what is the main challenge faced?
Okay. Okay, wait. We go to wait. Okay, this one. Okay, this is the main challenge actually. The cost fluctuation, the lead time and procurement delay, material quality control, and supply chain disruption.
So all this result ni you rank lah. You rank, right?
Yeah, I rank it. So
Okay.
from here, what we can see here, the challenge is RO2, the supplier relationship, environment concern, and also the process efficiency. So what I'm want to look at it is more to the supplier relationship, because in the Ampangan Seremban is a very outskirt area. The difficulties over here is when the urgency to find the material is definitely not same like a big city. Okay, so the big city we can rank, we can call the manufacturer or the supplier, they can immediately send to the project site. So for this issue, that means if we have a good relationship with the supplier immediately will help us in any particular problems. So
all the statement that have you said, you have to write in the discussion, right?
Okay, yeah, correct.
Okay, so the next one is on the objective number 3. I just want to differentiate what is the between challenge and factors. Okay, the factors influence the implementation. So the factors, back to the factors.
Back to the factors. This one?
Okay, so what are the main result of this part?
For this one, the main result is we need to enhance the effectiveness of the procurement in the construction project. Is go back to the procurement process.
Is it, Kemos, is it factors or action plan?
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at as a factor that one.
So as you describe with your SV on this part, so better you align balik lah, tengok.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the answer is there, but maybe to betulkan objektif tu sikit lah.
Okay, boleh.
Okay, congratulations Cik Mus, Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Dr. Siti. Thank you so much for being my panel. Thank you so much. Right.
All the best, Cik Mus.
Yeah, Doctor. Terima kasih.
Alright, so thank you panel and thank you for the candidate, Cik Mus. Alright,
thank you.
So now let's move on to our next presenter. That is Miss Julia. Alright, so I'll give the stage to Dr. K.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Ikmal. Back to me. All right. So, welcome, Madam Julia. Okay, please unmute your microphone. Okay. Yeah, Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Okay, now we have Julia Rita Nordin. Okay, with her master project entitled client perception towards the application of IBS in private construction project. And we also have both of the panels here. Okay, please welcome the panel number 1, Dr. Siti Hafizan Hassan, and panel number 2, Dr. Sofia Noor Mat Saliyah. Okay, welcome to both panels. Okay, and okay, Julia, are you ready?
Yes. Waiting for my slides to come out.
Okay, yes, you may start now. Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to my supervisor, Dr. Shamsul, supervisor 2. Wait. Okay, Supervisor 2, Professor Madya TS, Dr. K. Dora, Panel 1, Dr. Siti Hafizan, and Panel 2, Dr. Sofia Noor. Okay, so today my name is Julia and I will present on the client perception towards the application of industrialized building system in private construction project. Okay, why client? Why client? Because the client is actually a decision maker and they are the main investors lah in any project. Okay, this is my table of contents for my presentation. Okay, as for the introduction, actually the Malaysian government has put a great effort in promoting the usage of IBS in the construction industry. As we know, IBS is actually a prefabricated technique that has been transported to site and going under construction. So even many advantages have been offered by IBS implementation, but the clients still hold many negative perceptions towards the applicability. This was according to Hamza 2023. So this is actually the issues. The successful implementation of IBS is heavily depends on client perception, and the acceptance is remainly relative low lah. So the problem statement here is why these issues come, because it is lack of awareness leads to skepticism and hesitancy among clients, preventing them from fully embracing IBS in their private construction project. Number 2 is perception on the initial cost itself. Client perceive the transition to IBS as a risky endeavor due to the unfamiliarity with the system and the potential impact on the project timeline and cost. Number 3 is preferences of construction method. They prefer traditional construction method, maybe due to their small scale project, previous project experience, and the design customization itself. Number 4 is limited skill professional. IBS projects demand a thorough understanding prefabrication, modular construction, and the unique assembly of process involved. Okay, for the research question that I will be answer in my end of the slide is, what is the current level of application of IBS in private construction project? What is the perception of clients towards the use of IBS in private construction project, and what are the measures, the strategies to improve the application in IBS in private construction project? Okay, this is the significance of research to understand the current level of IBS application. The second significance of the research is to identify the factor that really influence the client perception of IBS application and to propose a specific strategies to improve the IBS application. Okay, on the literature review, I will go to the surface. What is the client perception towards IBS? According to CIDB 2013, it's actually a mindset, a person's set of attitudes, belief, and assumption that shape their thinking and behavior. And you can see down here, this is the IBS definition and the reference as well, the sources. And this is my framework for the study. I have 4 factors here: level of awareness, perception of initial cost, construction method preferences, limited skill professional that will shape the client perception. So here we have, from this, we create 4 hypotheses here, H1, H2, H3, and H4 that I will present in my last slide. Okay, under the research methodology, so start with the sources of the data, collecting from primary and secondary research approach is quantitative research instrument from the questionnaire, population, clients and developers from Selangor and Kuala Lumpur, pilot study to ensure the effectiveness in collecting relevant data, and the statistical analysis using SPSS version 27. Have done validity and reliability testing, correlation analysis, and also regression analysis. Okay, this is the research instrument. This is the variable, the DV and the IV and the sources as well. Okay, for the data analysis and result, this is the response rate of the questionnaire distributed. Out of 120 distributed questionnaire, 103 was collected, which is 86%. Okay, written and usable is also 103, 86%. And for the reliability analysis that we have done, you can see here that the cron batch alpha is between 0.859 to 0.934, which shows that this has the very good and excellent reliability. Okay, so beside here, the right hand side is the frequency distribution analysis. And on the correlation analysis, you can see that this actually measures the correlation, the relationship between the variables. So you can see that the most we have relationship is the highest one is level of awareness, LA, level of awareness. So you can see here in the red box, we have moderate and low relationship. All IV has moderate relationship except for LSP, which is a limited skill professional that shows low relationship. The rest was positive and have a moderate relationship. For the data analysis and result under regression analysis, you can see that among all the factors, only limited skill professional is not supported. So the rest is supported. H1, lack of awareness, is supported, significantly supported. This goes the same as a perceptional of initial cost, preferences of construction method also have significant and supported as well. For the R square, is actually the value of 24.5% actually indicates that the variance in client perception can be predicted from these 4 factors. Okay, this is the detail of the hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2, hypothesis 3, and hypothesis 4, which I already elaborate in my previous slide. And as for the recommendation, to improve the study, to improve the application of IBS in private construction projects due to the factor that I've mentioned in my previous slide is first is to develop educational programs and awareness campaigns, as this is the highest factor that contributes to the client's perception. Conduct cost-benefit analysis, showcasing successful case studies and engaging in dialogue with clients to dispel misconception and demonstrate the long-term economic advantages of IBS. And the third one is to conduct comprehensive research to understand the specific concerns, expectation, and priorities of clients when it comes to construction approaches. Okay, for the future research, to conduct a research to investigate the factor influencing successful implementation of IBS in private construction project, including the roles of project management. Okay, we can further the research by studying on the project management, supply chain management, and procurement practices in the context of IBS adoption. So as for the conclusion, from the result that I obtained from my study, it shows that 3 out of 4 of the factors really change the perception, really being the factor of the client perception to be changed. Okay, so it's only one limited skill professional which is not really supported in my hypothesis. So as the conclusion, the study on the client perception and acceptance of the IBS projects in Malaysia shed lights on the factor influencing the adoption of and utilization of IBS. The research provides valuable insight to challenges and opportunities associated with the promoting the wider acceptance of IBS within the Malaysian construction industry. That's all. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, congratulations, Madam Julia Rita. The presentation, the on-time presentation, okay, dan juga sangat bersemangat lah. Okay, now we open the session Q&A. Okay, okay, I would like to call panel number 1, Dr. Siti Hafizan, to give the comments. Please, Dr. Siti.
Okay, congratulations, Julia. Alhamdulillah. Okay, finally. Okay, so back to objective. So the main the topic of the study is the perception, right?
Yes.
So summary from all your results that you have done. So acceptance and perception. how many percent? From the IBS or from the construction industry towards IBS implementations, but IBS also has been long in the construction, right? So, so from the result, how many percent?
So from the result, okay, to answer your question on the RQ1, the current level application, right?
Okay.
We are talking about the percentage. So in my study on the frequency analysis, I've obtained that 76% of respondents reported they have used IBS in their projects. Okay, which is that's an increment from 40% to 76%. Okay, but we have to remember that this has only been at Selangor and Kuala Lumpur only. Doesn't represent the whole Malaysia.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe if in whole Malaysia, the percentage will be lower than that lah. So that is my finding on the level of application of IBS in Malaysia.
So in terms of your relation, because you're using the correlation analysis, right?
Yes, yes.
So what are the parameters that you are correlate?
The parameter is
back to objective 3.
Objective 3.
Objective 2 yang correlation tadi. I nak tengok yang correlation analysis tu.
Okay, kejap. Wait, correlation. This is the correlation.
Okay. So what are the parameter that you are correlate?
Level of awareness, perception of initial cost, performance of construction method, and limited skill professional.
Okay.
The result has been shown in the box, the red box.
Okay, so all the parameters means that is related to the perception.
According to my study, only 3. Exclude the limited skill professionals.
Okay.
That was based on this regression analysis lah. You can see here supported, 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 and not supported.
So why the last one is not supported? Maybe in your opinion lah.
In my opinion, maybe we have skilled professionals. We have skilled professionals. It's just that maybe the cost or the awareness of using it shows that other factors is more significant in this study. Not at least the limited skill professional. It's not the main issue here.
Because I look at the recommendation, we still need to do the campaign for the IBS, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually continuous campaign lah. It's not.
Okay.
It's continuous. It's continuous. Maybe the new professionals come to the industry, right? We still need to have a new continuous educational programs lah.
Okay. Thank you, Julia. Congratulations. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Dr. Siti Hafizan. Now we move to second panel. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Sofian Noor. Okay, please, Dr. Sofian.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam.
All participants. Okay, so congratulations, Miss Julia. Very good
Thank
presentations and genetic bersemangat untuk present today. Alright, so there is a few questions. There is a few questions.
Okay.
From my part. Look at your objective back, your slide on objective.
Okay, objective.
Okay, objective number 1 to investigate current application and acceptance of IBS in private construction project. Objective number 2 to investigate the client perception. Objective number 3 is to investigate proper strategies to improve the applications. So all the things is investigating. Is it your objective?
Yes.
Okay. From your report, I see that your objective number 3 is to more to develop. Is it?
Yes.
Is
More
it
to explore lah. Explore.
to explore? So, RO research question number 3 should be to develop lah kan?
To develop, yes.
To maybe you can betulkan balik benda tu, you can improve that lah. Okay.
Okay,
So
okay,
set
okay.
to RO number 1, is it to investigate or to what? From your study, is it to investigate your current application?
Investigate because I have the data on that. I have the percentage. Is it?
Okay. So RO1 is to investigate lah. RO2
Yes.
to investigate, and
I think the one I confirm is to investigate because I have the data on that. Unless like the RQ lah.
Okay. So maybe you can discuss balik dengan you supervisor.
Okay, sure.
Right. Okay. Alright. So look at to your problem statement. So referring to research objective number 3. Okay. From your thesis also, you mentioned that there is strategies to be developed. Is it? So what is the current problems on the strategies situations?
Again, sir?
Okay, you mentioned that on your objective number 3 is to develop the current strategies. Is it to develop the strategies? Yes. So what's these problems? Current problems on the current strategies nowadays?
Strategies. This actually the factors is one of the problem lah on the awareness, the initial cost. We have the client has not have the understanding on the cost relation due to this IBS construction. They actually it is essential to actually implement the conducting cost benefit analysis. Most of it is from the awareness and the initial cost problem.
Okay, so from your results is you found that we need to improve, we need to develop more strategies on your studies. Is it?
Yes.
Okay, right. So comments you can details comments you can refer to thesis. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you, Dr. Sofian.
Okay. Right.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sofiano and also Dr. Jafizan for the comments. Okay, Julia. Hope that you take up all these comments and also refer to the comments in the thesis. Okay, to improvise your write up and also to make more improvement lah, yeah, in your research. Okay. So
Okay,
thank you, Julia. Congratulations to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Alhamdulillah. Now, we move to the presenter number 5. Okay. All right. Mr. Muhammad Izwan bin Hamzah with the same panel. Okay. Dr. Siti Hafizan and Dr. Sofiano. Waalaikumsalam. Okay. And also with the same main supervisor. Okay. Dr. Samsul Anas Kasim. And the title of Muhammad Izwan bin Hamzah, the dissertation title is the Employees Acceptance Towards Application of IBS in Construction Project. Okay, are you ready, IR Izwan?
Ready. Yeah, wait. I will
alright.
share my slide.
Okay. You may share your slide and you may start your presentation. Izwan, you
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Alright, you may start now.
Okay, you can see. Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you to Professor Media, Dr. K. Okay, Assalamualaikum and warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everybody. Okay, I'm Muhammad Izam bin Hamzah, presented today for employees acceptance towards application on industrial building system in construction projects. My first supervisor is Dr. Samsul Anas, and secondly is Dr. Professor Media, Dr. K. I present. Okay, my panel is Dr. Siti Hafizan, and the second panel is Dr. Sofyan. Okay, at the right side, I have put in my posters. These are posters I recall back from last semester proposal posters. Okay, then for next slide, for introductions, the construction industry play the vital role in economic developments in Malaysia, contributing the infrastructure's growth, job creation, and urban development. Secondly, IBS also offers numbers of potential benefit, including increased construction efficiency, enhanced quality control, labor requirement, and improved sustainability. However, the successful implementation of IBS relies not only on technologies advancement, but also the acceptance of the employees' involvement in construction project. Go to research objective is to measure the current employees' acceptance towards the IBS in construction Malaysian industry. Secondly is to investigate the keys of factors influence employees' acceptance and engagement with IBS in Malaysian construction industries. And third one is to investigate strategies for enhanced employee acceptance and engagement with IBS in construction project in Malaysia. Go to the heart of this research or this papers, the problem statements to application of industrial building or IBS in construction industry project has gained significant attention in Malaysia due to potential benefit in terms of increased construction industry, improve quality control, reduce labor requirement, and enhance sustainability. However, the successful implementation of IBS relies not only on the technology investment, but also the perspective and acceptance of employees involved in the construction project. Therefore, this is crucial to understand the employees itself acceptance toward the application IBS in construction project measures and identify the factors of influence their acceptance challenge face and strategies for enhancing their participants and engagement. Relevant of this study is for employee engagement and satisfaction, adoption for industrial building system, improve decision making, workforce development, industry growth, and competitive sustainability construction practice and knowledge and advancement. For research question, the first one is what is the level current employees acceptance toward the application of IBS now? And secondly, do the employees accept towards the application of IBS in construction project align with the organization goals and strategic of construction companies in measures? And the last one is what are the strategies can implemented for enhanced employees acceptance and engagement with their application IBS in construction project in Malaysia? This is my literature review. Okay, this is my literature from Sabri Kama 2022, Kama 2012, UREC 2022. This is for my research to create and develop my IV and DV. So Sabri said the application building system in construction project has gained significant attention recent due to potential improvement. Construction efficient, enhanced project quality. Karma said the employees' acceptance play a vital role in the overall success IBS implementation as their attitude, knowledge, and benefit influence their willingness to embrace and actively participate. And then go to you reset amount of knowledge among the employees. Senkopo 2022 level of training of development, Afendi 2070, which organizations prioritize, and Syukur 2060 significant acceptance among the employees plays a significant role determine the successful of the performance of IBS. Okay, this is a research frameworks which is together with my hypothesis from my literature, I rise up the force of the knowledge, force of my studies, because as my IV, which is first is knowledge, which is we create the hypothesis. There is significant relation between the knowledge in application industrial building or IBS in industrial construction projects. Second is training and development. Third, organization support, and IBS performance itself towards the employees' acceptance. Okay, this is the methodology of the research. We start from the identify the issues and problems, which is the create of the problem statements, and then the objective of these studies come to the literatures. We fill up and rise up all the IV. They contribute the acceptance of this IBS and develop the questionnaires. Also, the distribution of questionnaire by using Google form, and then collecting the questionnaires, and then data processing input, which is we analyze using with SPSS 2000 V27, and then data analysis and discussion, and then the last one is conclusion and recommendations. This is the data analysis. The left hand side of table, which is this is demographic factors. That's where the frequency from data come up from the SPSS, which is we have a lot of data from demographic factors, which come to four positions: specialized, gender, age, education levels, work experience. Yes, work experience, we have the most of the work experience from the 11 and 20 years, which is we have 59% or almost 60%. And then IBS experience come from my data is about 70%, which is highest. That is can see the slightly highest the using of IBS, and then company experience, potential, and so on. And then the summaries of respondents for questionnaires. First, disputed questionnaire, I have total up is 150. And then collected questionnaire, I get 120, which is 81%, and the unwritten is 29, and total is 90%. In the normality test, we have Kolmov, Groves, and Saporic. Well, again, we have statistic, then a significant and differential significant, and then reliability analysis. There's for the variable of numbers employee accepted towards the IBS application of IBS. We have 10 numbers, of course, 10 numbers of question when Cobra Alpha, which is 0.94, which is from the table. From the table, we have the above 0.9 is excellence Cobra Alpha, and come to IBS performance, knowledge, organization support, and training in development. The lowest is knowledge, which is part of in the very good. Okay, towards of discussions, IBS employees acceptance. This is the correlation tables, and then regression analysis from this table, and we can discuss that our beta 0.249, P equal to 0.21, and P less than 0.05. That is a positive significant relationship between IBS performance and the application of IBS in construction projects. The beta coefficient is 0.249, suggests that the IBS performance increase in the use of IBS in construction project intend to increase. For hypothesis number,
Mr. Izwan, you have 2 minutes left.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, so this is my hypothesis. So you can, the more we can read at my reports. Okay, we go to recommendation. Okay, there's some recommendation towards these studies. First is increase employees know IBS. Second, foster the supportive works environments. Third, provide organization support. And then address the culture consideration, develop targets and strategies. And last one, the provide organization support. Then the suggestion of the future style research is long-term impact, competitive analysis, cultures, cross-culture perspective, and last one, technologies advance and employee acceptance. Okay, that is my recommendation, the last part of the recommendation and conclusion this one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Izwan, okay. Very nice slide, okay. Right, an interesting presentation. So I would love to welcome Dr. Siti Hafizan Hassan as the panel one, to give the comments. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you, Dr. K. Congratulations, Izwan. Alhamdulillah.
Terima kasih, thank you.
Okay, so back at your objective, objective.
Objective. Objektif, objektif yang tadi dah terlepas. This is objective.
Okay, the first one is to measure the current employers' acceptance, right?
Yes,
and to
correct.
investigate the key factors. The current employees acceptance. How the level of acceptance?
Okay, we go the level currently, the level of acceptance. When you look the demographic distribution frequencies, which is, and you know the experience of IBS from the employees, we have 73%. Okay, and then from that we can go to the benefit the factors, right? The level of they one vary to the wait. Because the numbers of vulnerability analysis, the level of acceptance is very high, which is 0.94. They show the level the IBS, a lot of employees among the construction industry is very high. Then they well known about the IBS.
So another what's about the another 25% though? Is it
20.
from the what are the background of the company?
Okay, from the background of the company, we go to the one there from from the developer, and then some you can see from demographic, we have some people go to for non-technical persons. And then the level, the age of respondent also, we have another 20 to 29, which is the frequency there is another 6% or 7, which is maybe the age from this level is they not familiar or not in experience to the IBS. So therefore, my conclusion, that one I provide the last recommendation is we need to keep give the knowledge or training to this kind of people, or newcomers of engineers.
So the unknown respondent the unknown they are not familiar with the IBS tadi. What is the punya range of experience dia?
Range of experience is low than 5 years.
Okay. So how many percent of them in your respondent?
Respondent, we can look also that for respondent.
For the demographic.
The company experience also take the big the big of side of this experience, because there's some company about 20% company less than 5 years experience, which is this company the level of years operation of company, they maybe not experienced to IBS yet. So the experience maybe about the employee itself experience, but the company don't have experience to IBS.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, terima kasih, Doktor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Siti. Can we move to Dr. Sofian now, please? Welcome, Dr. Sofian. Give your comment.
Assalamualaikum. Okay, Assalamualaikum
Waalaikumsalam
everyone.
Dr. Sofian. Ya, Dr. Sofian.
Alright. Okay. Look at your research objective. So in
Yeah.
summary, I can see that your objective and your problem statement is in line.
Okay, terima kasih
Clear
Dr.
and in line.
Sofian. Thanks Dr.
But
Sofian.
there is a question on objective number 3. Again, to
Objective.
investigate strategies for enhancing employee acceptance. Okay.
Okay.
So
Alright.
from your thesis, I review that there is a development. Again, my question is that to investigate or to development strategies? To develop strategies.
To develop strategies in terms of long-term assessment impact.
So you
And-
mean your research objective number 1 is to develop strategies, is it?
A research objective.
Yeah.
Research objective number 1.
Sorry, number 3. Sorry, number 2.
Number 3. Number 1 is to measure.
Okay, number 3. Sorry, number 3. To investigate or to develop strategies?
Yes. Develop. Sorry.
Develop strategies. So you can okay, betulkanlah you punya objective research.
Alright. So to
Okay.
not to investigate lah. So to develop strategies.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Thank you,
take notes,
Dr. Sofian.
Alright. Okay. On your methodologies, again, your methodologies.
Methodologies. Dalam pula.
Okay.
This framework. Okay, methodologies.
Okay. So, in your thesis, I can see that you can and stage number 3. Is it stage number 3? You can detail out. Yeah. No. Methodologies. Stage number 3. So stage number 3 is fine.
Stage number 3 from my research paper or for this kind?
Oh, sorry. So from your thesis actually.
For this
So you can detail out this stage number 3 methodologies.
Alright, okay.
Take note of that one. Alright. So okay, that's all from me. So congratulations, Izwan.
Thank you.
All the results and the objectives achieved, then should be no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Congratulations, Izwan, Muhammad Izwan Hamzah for the presentation, and thank you to the panels, Dr. Siti Hafizan and Dr. Sofiano. Okay, Alhamdulillah. So for next presenter number 6, okay, Muhammad Fairuz bin Abu Kaslan. So I would like to pass this session to Dr. Muhammad Ikmal Fazlan. Okay, we maintain the same panel, Dr. Sofiano. Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Ikmal?
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Alhamdulillah. Alright, so thank you, Dr. K. So now we are going to have our presenter number 6. That is Muhammad Fairuz bin Abu Kaslan. Alright. So maybe Fairuz, you can share your slide.
Sorry.
Okay. So panel boleh nampak panel
Yes.
Alright,
Bright and clear.
Bright and clear, Alhamdulillah. Alright. So Fairuz, okay, so you have 10 minutes to present your work. Alright. And then after that, we have a Q&A with these panels, okay? So Fairuz, when you are ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright,
Okay.
you may start.
Yes, Assalamualaikum and welcome to Professor Mada Dr. K. Dora Abdul Ghani and Dr. Sofian Muhammad Saliah. I'm grateful for you taking the time to be here. I'm Muhammad Abu Kaslan. Today, I'm excited to present my research on the market acceptance of industrial building systems in Kuala Lumpur, with a specific focus on the contractor side. Okay, alright. The market acceptance in general measures the extent to which a product, service or idea is acknowledged and embraced by buyers within a specific market segment. In the Malaysian context, when we discuss the market acceptance of IBS, we are basically exploring the extent to the contractors in Kuala Lumpur are embracing IBS as an innovative construction system. Okay, this research focus on the problem of low acceptance of IBS in Kuala Lumpur, which is lack of awareness, which many contractors are lack knowledge about IBS. Secondly, the high cost, which is IBS can be expensive than traditional method. And lastly, the regulatory barriers, which is current regulation methods to traditional and don't consider the unique aspect of IBS. There are three main reasons why this significance of research matters. First, it will help contractors in Kuala Lumpur better understand IBS and its benefits. Second, it will identify challenges faced by contractors using IBS to make IBS more user-friendly. And lastly, the research adds to existing knowledge about IBS, enhancing for future studies among contractors and industry stakeholders. Okay, this research study centers on three key research question and objective. Firstly, we explore how does the observed variable relate with the market acceptance of using IBS. This aligns with my primary objective. The second question is how to determining the most significant impact on the market acceptance of using IBS. This question also corresponds to my second objective. The final question addresses how various factors contribute to the level of IBS adoption among contractors in Kuala Lumpur. This question also is in line with my third objective. Okay, in this chapter, I utilize a framework as the foundation for formulating hypothesis. To simplify the sourcing process for my study, I compile a general summary presenting key findings in the table format. This approach makes easier the quick retrieval of important details previous researchers, such as title, author, year, and relevant information for each source. By incorporating the research framework and hypothesis, my study attached to a systematic and evidence-based approach, enhancing the validity and significance of my findings. Okay, in the research methodology, I like to share my research methodology flowchart, illustrating 4 stages of the process, which is stage 1 involve establishing clear research objective and defining the study scope. Stage 2, data collection. Stage 3, data gathered from the survey will be processed using SPSS software for analysis. And stage 4, the conclusions and recommendations. To identify the sample population, I use the CIDB CMS, a tool that provides the latest contractor information. I successfully obtained the total population needed, which amount to 150 companies. We focused to individual participants. The sample size was then determined using the CRASJ and Morgan table, resulting in a target sample size of 108 participants. Okay, now let's proceed to the data analysis phase. In this part of the study, I collected and processed 108 completed questionnaires, examining personal details such as gender, education, position, work experience, project involved in, and the usage of IBS. The breakdowns of the frequency distribution in the thesis report will offer a comprehensive review. Okay, now taking a look at the descriptive analysis table, I'm looking at the minimum values ranging from 1 to 2.4 and maximum values ranging from 2 to 5. All variables were measured on a 5 Likert scale, where respondents could strongly disagree to strongly agree except for market acceptance by using nominal scale. If we dig in a bit deeper, we find that policies and regulation receive the highest mean, indicating a strong agreement among respondents. Okay, on the other side, market acceptance of IBS has the lowest mean, suggesting disagreement among most respondents for all variables except market acceptance. Most respondents were on agreeable side with mean values above 3. Okay, these findings show the fact as major contributors to the enhancement of market acceptance. Okay, now let's talk about the reliability test. I use a measure called Cronbach alpha coefficient. As you can see in the table, it provides a reliability result for both variables. So for the main focus, the market acceptance of IBS is my DV. The Cronbach alpha value was 0.601. This indicates good relationship among the items was examined, and the result is considered acceptable. When we look at the benefit of using IBS, which is my first IV, the Cronbach alpha value was 0.64, with the result also considered acceptable. Now moving on to the challenge with using IBS, I got a strong value of 0.81. The value is considered preferable, and for the knowledge of contractors, the value was 0.932. These high values indicate strong reliability and most preferable. Lastly, for policies and regulations, the value was 0.844, suggesting it's marginally acceptable. Again, the value is considered preferable. This result gives me the confidence in the reliability of my measurements and dependable. Okay, next in this study, I use Pearson's correlation analysis to understand how all variables are connected. First, there's a negative link between the IV and the DV, which is benefit, knowledge and policies and regulations of using IBS and the market acceptance of IBS. The result marked at negative value indicates no relationship between these three. In short, they move in opposite directions. It means that as the rate decreases, the market acceptance tends to increase, and vice versa. Next, I noticed only positive connection between the challenges and the market acceptance of IBS. The result is positive value, and it shows a relatively low relationship, and it will associate with an increase in market acceptance. Okay, now let's continue to the multiple regression analysis. This analysis was all about understanding the relationship between the market acceptance of IBS and other variables. It made sure that analysis was strong by checking things like standardized coefficient beta, significance, and R-square. My findings show that about 34% of the changes in market acceptance of IBS can be explained by other variables. This show on the significant role this element played in influencing the market acceptance of IBS. Okay, let's break down to the hypothesis tested result from the regression analysis. Hypothesis 1 show a negative and significant link between the benefits of using ABS and market acceptance. The regression analysis showing that benefits increase or decrease, there's a corresponding impact on the market acceptance. Thus, hypothesis 1 is supported. Now, hypothesis 2, 3, and 4 explored a positive connection between challenges, knowledge and policies and regulation with market acceptance. However, the analysis found this relationship to be insignificant. In short, hypothesis 2, 3, and 4 is not supported. The variable don't seem to significantly influence how much ABS is accepted by contractors in Kuala Lumpur. Just to be reminded, lack of statistical significance doesn't mean a real-world relationship is lacking. It just means I lack strong evidence from my sample data. Okay, now let's get through into my recommendations. First up, we need to highlight the perceived benefits and challenge of using ABS. To make ABS adoption smoother and more efficient, we need strategies addressing concerns about cost, complexities, and unfamiliarity with ABS technologies. Moving on to the second point, we face barriers to the adoption of ABS in Kuala Lumpur. We should implement strategies to manage this change, highlight how ABS is efficient, cost-effective, and sustainable. Lastly, the factors that influence contractor decision to adopt ABS, we need more support from the government, such as incentive like tax breaks and approval process will create the friendly environment for wider ABS adoption. Okay, in summary, this research points out that the benefits of using ABS significantly influence how these contractors accept this construction approach. However, challenges, contractors' knowledge, and policies and regulation related to ABS appears that these variables might not be the primary by contractors' acceptance of ABS. I'm confident in my findings thanks to strong response from 108 out of 150 participants, showing a high interest in ABS. Yet, I recognize some limitation like the focus solely on Kuala Lumpur contractors, limiting of my findings, which may limit the broader application of results. I only use quantitative methods, missing potential qualitative insight, and a respondent pool was limited. This limitation opened doors for future research to expand, include diverse perspectives, and explore qualitative aspects. To sum up, this study revealing the market acceptance of IBS among Kuala Lumpur contractors highlight the pivotal role of benefit of IBS usage, while with the other three variables that might not be significant influences. The findings offer valuable insight for stakeholders looking to promote IBS adoption in the local construction industry. Okay, thank you to the panel members for the attention. I'm here and ready to for your Q&A question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fergus. So on the dot, 10 minutes. Very nice, congratulations. All right, now I will pass the mic to our panels. So Panel number 1, Dr. K, it's up to you.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum, Fairuz. Okay, congratulations
Waalaikumsalam.
on your presentation. Okay, and congratulations too on the successful, yeah, in implementing your study. Okay, I just want to scrutinize a few things. Uh, can you please show the research objective?
Hmm.
Okay, so your research question number 2 is how to determine the most significant impact on the dependent variable in the context of market acceptance of using IBS. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the objective is to examine the variable that most effectively. I think the sentence can be improved. Dia punya sentence macam tak complete. Okay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Right. So yes. So please improve that. Rephrase the second objective lah to meet the research question. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then I would like to suggest first objective to examine. Why don't second objective you use maybe to assess, or to assess the most significant the variable that have most significant impact on the DV to assess. Okay, my suggestion lah.
Okay,
Right.
okay. I will take a look back.
Okay, sebab because objektif dia kena ada level dia lah. Dia makin meningkat level dia tu objektif. Okay.
Yeah, my bad, my
The
bad.
level
Thank
of
you.
difficulty dia. Okay, alright. And then okay, tengok dekat I think your methodology detail. Okay, I don't have any issue with that, and you have explained your methodology tu okay lah, you ada procedure dia, standard that you use, reference and everything. Okay. And kita pergi kat tu dekat go to the ni apa result conclusion tadi. Okay. Alright. You said that your study found that the contractors have positive feedback lah, or positive acceptance towards IBS. Betul?
Betul. Yes, correct.
Okay. So in your opinion, is it enough to say that the contractors in Malaysia accept IBS positively, in your opinion?
For my opinion, of course lah, it's not enough only research guide to contractors in Malaysia. Actually, if I have time, I want to do more. I want to expand my research, go to international level, because on my finding from the previous researchers, all the regarding this IBS are currently more from the outside from Malaysia. So I think it's not enough for me to do the research to contractor in Malaysia only.
Okay. So alright, you in that case you need to further your PhD lah, kan? Alright. Okay,
InsyaAllah.
we welcome you. Okay, alright. So okay, that's all from me. Thank you. Okay, very good one. Okay,
Thank
Dr. Kemal,
you.
back to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. K. Now I pass to Dr. Sofian.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ikmal. Assalamualaikum, Cik Airus.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Actually that one is motivation sebenarnya. Proceed with your PhD actually. Kan? Amin insyaAllah.
Amin.
Alright, okay, come back to our business. My comment is that look at on your research objective. Okay, research objective. Okay, as mentioned from the panel number 1, so your objective number 2 should be rewrite lah. Okay, so betulkan balik. Okay, alright. So my question is that can you explain what is the what you call that observed variables in your study?
My observed variables is for my observed variable, I'm using the percent correlation, descriptive analysis to find the what we call the connection of the question and the replay analysis, percent correlation, and also have multiplication to answer my objective. Is it correct?
Okay, it's okay, no problem. Okay, alright. What you call that? Overall is okay. Cuma saya not curious lah what saya tak clear on the observed variable actually. Okay, can you show that objective number 2 results on objective number 2? Result on objective number 2. Most effective dependent variable.
This is objective number 2. Is from my multiplication analysis.
So what is the most effective, the most effects on your DV actually?
Okay, the most effect for my DV, sorry. Okay, most effect for my DV is benefit of using IBS because I get the result from my data and the data is significant. So this is the most effect for my DV, the benefit of using IBS. And then the rest for the 3 IV, which is challenge of using IBS, knowledge and experience, and also policies, not affect much to my DV because the result is show that insignificant value.
Okay, alright. Thank you very much. My last questions, general questions actually. Okay, bila ABS ni start kat Malaysia actually, Cik Farus?
In my research, 1960s, early 60s, the IBS start, and then if I'm not wrong, the first IBS construct at flat Pekaliling at Kuala Lumpur. That building fully construct using IBS method.
Thank you very much. In line with your literature review. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
so thank you, Dr. Sofian. Thank you, Dr. K, and congratulations to Mr. Fairuz for your presentation. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. So I hope you can take the comments from the panel to do betterment for your final report. All right.
Okay,
so again, thank you, Mr. Fairuz. Okay, and thank you to the panels, Dr. K and Dr. Sofian. All right.
InsyaAllah.
Dr.
Thank you
Sofian
semua.
is over, but you are welcome to stay, Dr. So we have Dr. Samsudin, we have Dr. Wan Safiza, we have Dr. Aminin. All right, thank you very much. Now we are going to our next presenter, that is Nur Khalida.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, hello, hi, how are you?
Okay, good.
Good, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, wait.
Okay, Khalida. All right, we can see your slide, but we can't see you. Can you please turn on your video? Alhamdulillah, right, we can see you. All right. Now we have our seventh presenter, that is Nur Khalida, all right, that we're presenting her works on evaluation of sustainable strategies in construction logistic planning using AHP method. All right. So the panel for one Nur Khalida is Dr. Siti Hafizan and also Dr. Samsudin Wahab. So both panels are there. So again, Khalida, you have 10 minutes to present your presentation. So if you are ready, the stage is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. So today I will present about evaluation of sustainable strategies in construction logistics planning using AHP method. So I supervised by Madam Siti Isma Hani. So the next is first of all, I will talk about the introduction. What is the construction logistics planning? So basically, construction logistics planning, which is manage the flow of material, equipment, and personnel in construction project, and it's also aimed to optimize the productivity, reduce costs, and mitigate risk in the construction process. So it also include identify potential bottleneck and develop contingency plan to address unforeseen challenges. So we are doing this research due to cost overrun and delayiness. One of the specific reason due to lack of construction logistic planning. So by recognize the significance of sustained strategies, utilize AHP to assess the relative importance of different criteria, it can be influenced for logistic planning. So my problem statement here we have six. So the first one is poor planning, communication collaboration, inefficient material management, inadequate transportation planning, suboptimal resource allocation, external factor, unpredictable event. So this is all my problem statement. So okay, my research objective, we have three. First one is to review the current sustainability footprint of construction logistic activities. The second, to evaluate sustainable strategies in construction logistic planning. The third one is to recommend sustainability mitigation measure by using the AHP approach. So this is the research gap. If you can see here, construction management, we have like social, economy, environment. So this is the impact for the social, economy, environment. And also I include the methodology, which is I using MCDM method. Okay, the research flow is, the first one is the study, which is informative study, the introduction and also the literature review, the problem description, baseline study, prediction, what is the prediction based on the past research, and also I pursue a study by preparing equation based on company required, and then I gather the information, the location area in the Google Map, and collecting data. The first one is before I'm doing the interview with 10 stakeholders, I'm doing the pilot study. After this slide, I will explain about what the result of the pilot study. So then analyze the data using AHP method, and the result is suggestion and recommendation for this research, and then the conclusion. So this is my sampling design. So I'm using the AHP. AHP is one of the method under MCM. So if you can see here, the first box is number of criteria using number of participants. So basically, I'm using my data to put the input inside this EVM instrument. So this is the pilot study. So the reason why I'm doing this pilot study is to enhance the clarity, relevance, overall structure of questionnaire. So 5 carefully selected stakeholder, which is also active participate in engagement for the feedback. So basically, this pilot study has been developed a new parts during my interview to end on in my interview to achieve my second objective, which is to have a suggestion for betterment of environment, social, economic sustainable in construction logistics, which is transform the questionnaire into a instrument for uncover challenges and also propose actionable solutions. Okay. Okay, so questionnaire design. So basically, I'm using have E1, E2, E3 until E10. So this is all the departments that the person that I interview. By the way, I'm using the method of qualitative. So the diverse perspective is I include the academician, contractor, consultant, and also some authority from government and also organization representative. So the sample size is tailored to the study requirement. Smaller for special. The main reason I'm using this 10 is because they are specially in the field. So the smaller for a special field, it larger for diverse subject. And also, I'm using a methodology used for structure analysis, which is HHP, to enhance the rigor of the study. And then, okay, so data analysis. The research methodology involves evaluating the impact of economic, environment, social aspect as key criteria. So I'm utilizing the AHP process for the final weightage of sub-criteria with focus economic, environment, and social consideration. So the first one is economy. So the first one is economy. So I put all the criterion here. So here have each have 5 criterion. So this is the weight after I put the input of all the intervals, and then it comes out with efficient planning for building proximity access emerge as the most impactful option. If you can see here, the orange one. So it holds a paramount position, impact transport costs, operational efficiency, and space utilization. It not only leads to immediate cost saving, but also enhance overall logistic performance. Then the second one is environmental impact. The same one, I put the input here. So if you can see here, the main is using energy efficient equipment, reduce environment impact by lower overall energy consumption. It also contribute to initiative against air pollution and also climate change for more sustainable and healthier environments. And the last one is social impact. The same one I put, this is the charge overall based on this weightage. And if you can see here, safe working environment involve continual enhancement to one site safety measure. So basically the reason the result is to focus on the safety of workforce, prioritize the work safety, and community engagement is perceived as having a more direct and also have a bigger impact for a long-term social sustainability. Okay, for the discussion, if you can see here, we have economy, stakeholder economy significant, efficient building planning, and then the environment is this approach aim to reduce the carbon footprint associated with the construction activities. The social is stakeholder prioritize work safety, aligned with a broader social responsibility. It also addressed the community concern for a social sustainable construction environment. So if you can see here, the conclusion is this all based on SDG goal, sustainable development goals. So SDG is being considered for this my research objective. So other than that, 8 out of stakeholder advocate for conducting sustainability impact assessment before initiate any construction project. This is because it also, other than it can promote a proactive approach to project planning and decision making, it also allow that project site can decide what is the risk assessment for future construction planning. Okay. this is all the mitigation measures. The environment effect, the mitigation measure that I found is utilize lean construction technique and sustain material selection to reduce the consumption. And also, it can consider the surrounding landscape from local community. The social, it implements strategy for effective communication and community engagement between the stakeholder and the community. And then the economic, utilize technique like cost cutting and project timeline will lessen the economic impact if you can, it already aligned with my previous result. So other than that, it's creating opportunity for employment and training, promote to economic expansion. It also shows that economic impact will be more positive impact than the negative impact. The third one is discussion and overall commitment. A commitment that will balance construction activities with environment, community, and economic prosperity. Not only to reduce adverse impact, but also contributes positively to various aspects. This aligns with the overarching goals of creating a sustained and harmonious future. So last but not least, before I sum up to conclusion, I will put my recommendation. I have 3 recommendations here. First one is longitudinal studies and cross-cultural analysis. This is to observe changes over the time by doing the cross-cultural analysis to uncover the region-specific challenges and also solutions. The second one is quantitative analysis and emerging technology. We have so many technologies. So to assess the prevalence and explore more about emerging technologies like BIM and IoT application in construction logistics. The third one is comprehensive framework for sustainability assessment. So last but not least is conclusion. To sum up everything, it will focus on construction logistics, consider the sustainability, which is economic, social, and also environments, identifications of analysis of diverse mitigation strategies, address waste reduction, emission control, and it involves also the true mitigation strategy and promote constructive transformation, which involve all the stakeholders and also community to align and to communicate better and measure for provide construction transformations. That. Thank you.
All right. So
Okay.
thank you, Khalida, for your presentation. All right. So now I open for the panels to give a comment to Khalida. The panels, you have 10 minutes. That means 5 minutes each to have a session with Khalida. So maybe we start first with our panel number 1. That is Dr. Siti Hafizan.
Dr. Sam first lah.
All right. So Dr. Sam, you have the honor to go first. 5 minutes. Mute, Dr. Sam. Mute. Tak ada suara. Dr. Sam, mute, Dr. Sam. Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good morning to Khalida, Nur Khalida, and all the panel. Very happy to see you today. Actually, now I stay at home and very near to you, UiTM. Okay. So my first question is, firstly, I want to say congratulations for this very fast 1-year research project, maybe, and a very practical and this application type of research from my view lah. Okay, just share with me what is your contextual gap in your or theoretical gap in your framework, and another question is how you measure the impact. I mean, are you measuring the data from before and after, or okay, thank you. Please.
Two questions.
All right, yeah, 2 questions, yes.
Okay. My gap of research I didn't include in the slide, but you can see from my report. Before this, they focus on to do the sustain criteria for urban infrastructures and not construction logistic. And also they focus on sustainability assessment framework on on-site and off-site. Other than that, it's investigate by using sustain also, but it's not using for the all the three sustain, which is economy, environment, and social. They are using more like focus on environment. The past years of research, they using 4 to 5 that I found for the gap research. They are focused on the environment's impact assessment. So for my for the second, okay, for the second questions. For the second question, I'm using the AHP. So I'm using the AHP. If you can see here, I'm not include all the how we get into the AHP EVM instrument, but
Boleh besarkan sikit tak Khalida?
Besar kat mana?
Tak nampak lah AHP punya apa? Analisis tu. Besarkan sikit.
Macam ni boleh?
Okay, nampak sikit.
Okay. Actually, in my report, I already explained about all the equation that that all used in the AHP instrument, EVM instrument, this one. So, what I can explain here is the number of criteria is how many the criteria given under each impact assessment. The number of participants, which is 10, I'm using 10 stakeholder. And then, okay, the criterion is my criteria for each impact assessment. Okay, if you can see here, the CR0, where I get all the validation. If CR is close to 0, it indicates a judgment that are constantly consistent. While if CR is greater than 0, it suggests a higher level of inconsistent. So maybe if my CR is more than the percentage that they put that should be in the AHP, decision for all the stakeholders need to revise back to find their to evaluate back their judgment. So far, I'm doing the interview. The CR still 0, not more than the percentage that is given to and consider that it's not good for the research. That one. Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Alright.
Aida. Okay, very good answer. All right.
Okay, Dr. Siti pula.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sam. So now I pass the baton to Dr. Siti Hafizan. The 5 minutes is yours.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Congratulations, Khalida. Okay, I want to back to your objective 3, right? Objective 3. So what is the objective 3? Okay, to recommend sustainability mitigation measure. Okay, so the sustainability mitigation measure ni, why not you propose it dalam satu action measure lah, buat macam proper plan sikit, macam table ke, kan? What are the main output of the plan? Yang tadi yang you tunjuk mitigation plan tadi kan, right? So you bentukkan dia dalam macam mana?
Okay, actually I ada benda ni kat dalam I punya report, if you allow me to. I boleh tengok ke?
So yang ni akan jadi mitigation plan lah, kan?
Betul.
So nampakkan dia punya main output of your punya study lah. So this is the output of your main your research lah. Okay, so this is you rank from the AHP tu, you the mitigation ni you rank ke, you how you analyze with the AHP, the output of the AHP for the mitigation?
Actually, after I'm run the AHP, we have between like example of environment, we have like 5 criterion. After 5 criterion, we have one that really impact to the assessment.
So highlight the most important impact tu.
Actually,
Highlight the output of your framework tu, of your impact tu, action tu. You highlight the most influence from the AHP yang you dapat tadi.
Okay.
So this one kan nampak sama rata semua, right?
Yang mana?
So you must
yang sekarang
highlight the main result of you punya study tu. Yang you dapat the highest rank tu.
Macam graf ni, I think tak valid eh.
Your environmental factors, right? You ada 4 factors. So what is the most important for the each factors tu must be highlighted.
Okay.
So focus on the main. So nampak the main output of the AHP itself. That's why you run the AHP and you get the main result from the AHP. So highlight the most important one.
Okay. Noted.
Okay. So the objective number 2.
Objective number 2. To evaluate sustained strategy in construction logistic planning.
What are the strategies tadi? This one using what? The method? The method you use for objective 2, what are the method used for the objective 2? AHP juga?
Betul. Yang graf yang ini, the side.
So the same juga lah. You must highlight the main result yang you dapat from the AHP. Sebab AHP ni dia decision making kan. So dia rank the most important factors kan.
Betul.
So show dalam you punya output tu.
Alright.
Jangan sama ratakan dia semua.
Okay.
Okay? Right,
Okay.
thank you.
Alright.
And the rest nanti I akan komen dekat you punya report.
Boleh?
Okay. Congratulations, Hal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, thank you, Dr. Samsudin. Thank you, Dr. Siti, for your constructive comment to Puan Khalida. So hopefully Puan Khalida can take the comments and do a betterment in your thesis nanti. Alright. So thank you for the panels and congratulations to Khalida. Alright. So Dr. Siti, let's move on to our next presenter. That is Mr. Zulkhairi. So Mr. Zulkhairi is there, alright. He's already in. Alright. Okay, Mr. Zulkhairi, maybe you can share your slide.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, maybe open slideshow. Yes, okay, we can see. Okay, now we have our 8th presenter, that is Mr. Zulkhairi, all right, that we're presenting his work on decision-making framework for construction project cost overruns in Klang Valley. So his panels are Dr. Nur Aminin Khalid and also Dr. Wan Safiza Wan Salim. All right, so both are here. Thank you for the panels. Okay, Mr. Zulkhairi, as I mentioned, you only have 10 minutes to present your presentation. So if you are ready, you are good to go.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Iqmal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to my master project panels, Dr. Nur Aminin and also Dr. Wan Safiza. My name is Zulkhairi. My research supervised by Dr. Siti Hafizah binti Hassan is titled Decision Making Plan for Construction Project Cost Overruns. Okay, without further ado, this is the outlines or the agendas for today's presentation. Okay, this is the research background. As you can see, the construction industry is one of the biggest contributors to the nation's GDP. However, the industry has faced challenges related to cost overruns, with a study in 2013 mentioned that only 46.8% of public sector and 37.2% of private sector projects were completed within the stipulated budget. This issue is not unique to Malaysia. It has been a global concern affecting construction projects in other countries. With that information, surprisingly, cost overruns of 5 to 10% of the total contract, some is happened to most of the construction project, as highlighted by Ali and Kamruzaman in their study. The study aims to address this critical issue by identifying the factors causing cost overruns in construction projects in Klang Valley, Malaysia, and to develop a decision-making plan to manage and prevent these challenges. This is my problem statement. The problem that I was addressing in this research is that there is a continuous issue of cost overruns in construction industry, where, as mentioned in the research background earlier, that most of the construction projects experience cost overruns. There are also a growing number of incomplete projects, which may or may not be caused by cost overruns, but eventually with the delay, it will result in extra expenses. As we all know, cost overruns will definitely reducing the profits and jeopardizing the project as a whole. In the existing research, most of the journals focused on the factors that had caused the cost overruns, while also discussing the possibility of the sources that contributed to the factors. The issue with the existing, not issue lah, the gaps with the existing findings in the journal is that all of the factors involved were not tested, which means it's not correlate to the sources, specifically to the factors. There were also no dedicated decision-making plan or guidelines established in preventing and mitigating the cost overruns in construction projects, especially in Klang Valley. With that in mind, this study had identified several gaps. So the gaps are the existing literature did not focus on sources to the primary factors. There is also lack of emphasis in Klang Valley context, and finally, inadequate attentions to preventive measure to cost overruns. By filling the gaps from the previous research, the study hope it will manage to introduce a new approach in preventing, managing, and also mitigating the cost overruns. By the end of this research, there will be a decision-making plan available for the industry player to assist them in cost overruns management. Okay, let's move to the next agenda, which is research question and also the research objectives. Each of the RQs and ROs are interrelated. The study hopes that the objectives of the study will be confirmed with the answer to the RQs. Okay, now let's discuss the scope and limitations of this study. The scope of this study focused on factors that contributed to the cost overruns in Klang Valley, and also the sources to the factors, while the limitations for this study, it will not involve another region in Malaysia or outside Malaysia. This study also will not focus on type, size, location, and complexity of the projects. The significance of this study, if we contribute, I grouped it into two areas, which is theoretical and also practical implications. In theoretical, the factors and sources identified will improve the body of knowledge. The factors identified, among others, are poor decision making, etc. This research also will spur future research to embark on new research that will focus on other region apart from what had been studied in this research. For the practical implications, this study will be a great contribution to the construction industry by improving the cost and time factors in construction. By becoming a more structured and organized industry, it will attract more investment and also will stimulate economic activity in that particular area, if not a bigger area. And also it will definitely benefit the industry players by increasing the profits. Okay, this is a literature review. The method used for this literature review is by researching, reading, analyzing, evaluating, and summarizing the literature related to the cost overruns.
So from the literature review conducted, this is the key findings that shape my questionnaire. So this is the theoretical and conceptual framework. Theoretically, from the previous study, the focus of the research only on the direct factors that causing the cost overruns issue. There were also not enough studies to also examine the deeper part of the factors, which is the sources that makes the factors dependent to those sources. So this study's conceptual framework will go extra miles to identify the sources to the factors, which will give a clearer picture on the issue at hand and establish a correlation between variables. This is an overview of my research methodology, which this process aligned with the early mentioned research objective, DROs. So as you can see, literature review and data collection will cover the RO1, data analysis also will cover RO1 and RO2, and decision-making plan development will cover the RO number 3. Okay, this is the overview of the result and analysis, which will be discussed later in the presentation. This session also will cover the research objective mentioned earlier. Okay, let's move on to the result and analysis. To summarize, the questionnaire was distributed to 150 individuals, of which 109 were written, 8 were removed, and 101 were analyzed. The written questionnaires were assessed to remove any unwanted responses. For example, the questionnaire was intended to the executive level personnel and above. However, 8 questionnaires were written with responses from non-executive individuals. For example, supervisors and etc. So the reliability of the questionnaire is 0. The Chromebox alpha is 0.729, which is acceptable. From the analysis, the majority of the respondents were male, accounting for 75.2%, and the age group was 31 to 40 years and above, which also suggests that the study result mostly reflect the thoughts and experiences of middle-aged men working in the construction industry.
You have another 2 minutes.
Okay, the statistic analysis revealed that this is the ranking of the critical factors. So this is the first factors identified. So from this bar chart, you can see that most of the respondents choose ineffective project governance, management oversight. These two resources are also interrelated. This is the authority factors where most of the respondents chose additional conditions after obtaining approval as their primary sources to the authorities factors. This is shortage of materials, which we have 3 sources that chose by the respondents. This is the inflation. We have 2 sources, increase of material or equipment prices and contract provisions. This is for the last factors, we have 3 sources that chose by the respondents. Okay, now we have come to the research objective number 3, to develop a decision-making plan for cost overrun in construction projects. So based on the 2 groups of parameters identified earlier, namely factor contributing to the cost overruns and also the sources that contribute to the factors. This is the decision-making plan developed in order to address the issue that this study had identified earlier. So the decision-making plan took into consideration the best practices from the industry player and also the from the past studies. So okay, let's move on to the conclusion. In conclusion, the study had covered the 3 ROs for it through RO1, the current issue, and the critical factors contribute to the cost overruns. The RO2 identified the sources to the factors identified earlier in RO1, and RO3 develop a decision-making plan for managing cost overruns issue. As for the recommendations, The study through its decision-making plan will provide an avenue for the industry players, especially project managers, to develop a cost-effective project management plan. Besides that, the finding also can be used for agencies to develop policies and also regulations to prevent construction project cost overrun. And last but not least, as a roadmap for future research related to the study, since the study has its own limitations. I think with that, it will be the end of my presentation. Thank you, Dr. Amini, Dr. Shafizah, and everyone for listening.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Zohairi. So now, let's move on to Q&A session. So maybe we start with our panel number 1. That is Dr. Amini Khalid. So, Doctor, you have 5 minutes for Q&A session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Iqmal. Okay, tahniah Cik Zul.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dah sampai towards the end of the semester 2 dan juga towards the end of the FYP lah. Kan dah settle the presentation. Okay, so let us do some discussion and Q&A. Okay, I would like to ask the sampling method. The sampling method. You are using survey, right, Cik Zul? Okay, so what type of sampling method that you use for the to choose the respondent to answer the question?
Okay. Sorry, Doctor. Come again.
Okay, we have population, right? Population. So what is your population just now?
Okay.
Who answer the question?
Okay. My target population is 100 individuals. The reason why I chose 100 is because I cannot ascertain the total population, the target population of my target populations. Which if I decided with only the contractors, so I can easily source the information from CIDB, right? So if I target for G7, and then I will go to the CIDB's website, and then I just find how many contractors are there. But because my research, my target population is not only the contractors, it's also the consultants, and also the developers, the authorities, and also the clients. So I cannot ascertain my total target population. That's why I chose 100, because I also sourced an article journal from Ferguson and Cox in 1993. It's a bit long journal, but that's all that I can find. Ferguson and Cox suggested that minimum sample size of 100 to 300 cases is suitable for EFA, exploratory factor analysis, with 100 subject being the absolute minimum lah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, another one. Just now, I'll see the framework. Okay, there is a framework where there is a independent variable, which is external factor, project management, and stakeholders. So this is a theoretical framework, right? So I assume that the left one is the IV. Is it correct, Cik Zul? External factors, project management, and shareholders.
Yes.
Is
The
it
cost of
independent variable?
yes, the three factors ni IVs, and cost overrun is DV, and on the conceptual framework ni EF1 until SH3 is just the items for the IVs.
Okay. Now, out of 3 IV, which one actually give the strong influence to the cost overrun? This cost overrun that you do the study ni.
Okay. From the ranking identified from the SPSS, most of the with the mean value, highest mean value is project governance, because poor decision making is part of the project management. So project management is the most critical factors identified in this study.
Okay, so is it answer the your RO3 where you develop the decision, the decision apa tadi, framework tadi tu kan?
Yeah.
You are developing a decision making framework.
Decision making plan.
Decision making plan. So did you put the project management one of the item in this decision-making plan?
Yes. As you can see from the screen on top, the top part.
Okay.
So the first column is basically the RO1, and then the second column is RO2, and the third column is RO3.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Cik Zul.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Amin. All right.
Yep.
So now let's go to our panel number 2. That is Dr. Wan Safiza. So Dr. Wan, you have 5 minutes to have a session with them.
Okay, thank you Dr. Hikmah and Tanya to Cik Zul juga ya, because you actually completing the project lah, approaching to completing the project, is it?
Yes.
My concern here is actually same as Dr. Noor Aminin lah just now, because she did asking you about the number of population, tapi sebab dia dah tanya, so it's answering lah my question mark ni. Okay.
Hopefully.
Now let's move to result lah kot. Nak tengok result sikit. So let's look at to the RO1 result. And okay. So actually you have list down lah a few ranking factors, is it? Ada berapa 6 ke? 5 kan? 5 numbers, is it?
Yes.
Which is including poor decision making and so on lah. My concern here is okay. My question mark here is because I couldn't see any summary of your questionnaire that you have developed. Is it you actually list down all these factors for them to select, or you ask their opinions or whatever on the causes of that overrun?
Okay. Actually, I had 9 sources to 9 factors identified in the LR. So in the questionnaire, I listed down all 9 factors, and then from the responses obtained after we ran the SPSS. So the mean what I gather is with the mean of 3 and above, more than 3, because the Likert scale we got 5 scale, right? So by 1 being the strongly disagree, and 5 being the strongly agree, and 3 being a neutral. So the reason why I chose these 5 factors is because the next in line after poor estimation is actually below 3. The mean value is below 3, so I assume that the average response received, most of the respondents think that the other 4 is not critical. So maybe so I admit that in the report I didn't put all of the other factors, and maybe in the during the correction I will incorporate these details.
Yeah. Even my suggestion is, if possible, try to summarize your questionnaire and put some sample of insight in your methodology at least.
Okay.
And again, you have also detailed out under the characteristics. The factors, and you have detailed out another causes inside, is it? So actually, how does you decide? Because you're not including everything also in your mitigation plan for the RO number 3. So how you decide, and what kind of method that you use to decide of which factors that you are going to use for your mitigation plan?
Okay. Actually, as you can see, let's go for one example. For decision making, our my target population is my total of respondent is 101. So what I need is just 51 personnel from that total populations in order for me to assume that the majority of respondents agreed with these sources. So as you can see, throughout all of the 5 factors, you can see I highlighted every sources that have more than 51%.
Why you pick 50? Sorry, why you pick 50?
because I assume that most of the respondents agreed to the sources. Because I cannot cover everything, right? So just I assume from 101 respondents, 51 and above is the majority of the total respondents.
I suggest you to put some justifications lah on that decision you made lah in your thesis lah. Is it to strengthen your decision lah for that decision to pick the factors lah.
Okay, noted.
Okay, sorry, satu lagi last can we refer to RO number 2? You said that you evaluate the sources kan. Cuma saya nak tahu macam mana you evaluate.
Our question based on the questionnaire.
Research objective number 2.
Okay, sorry. Okay. To evaluate the sources of cost overruns for the critical factors identified in RO1.
Okay, and how do you evaluate that? Because at the first objective, you just rank, is it? Using the combat of value, is it? You rank based on the combat of value, is it? And then for the second one, evaluation part.
This is the sources from the slide. This is the sources from the this part of my questionnaire is not Likert scale. It's just a frequency. It's just a multiple answer punya selection lah.
Numbering lah.
So from 101, 16.8% chose inappropriate choice of site. So this is the sources that I put in my questionnaire lah.
Okay. All right, I think that's all good from me.
All right,
thank you
to the panels, Dr. Aminin and Dr. Wasafiza for their constructive comments. So, Mr. Zohairul, maybe you can take their comments and improve your thesis, inshallah. All right.
Okay, thank you,
so again,
Doctor.
thank you, congratulations to Zul, and thank you for the panels. So, Dr. Wan, you are welcome to stay in this conference. Okay, now let's move on to our 9th presenter, Puan Nurhanis Suzana. All right.
Ya, saya kat sini.
All right, so maybe you can share your slide.
Cik. Nampak tak?
Okay, can you please open up your slideshow? Okay, now we can see. All right. So now we have Madam Puan Nurhanis Suzana. All right. So with her title, the importance of key customer focus and CRM practices towards construction business performance. All right. So her panels are Professor Madya Dr. K. Dora Abdul and also Dr. Siti Hafizan. All right. So Puanis, you have 10 minutes to present your presentation, and you can start when you are ready.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. For today's presentation, it will be the importance of the key customer focus and CRM practices toward construction business performance. So my name is Nurhanis Suzana Betuswami and my SV is Dr. Noaminin Khalid. So as for the introductions, first we start with the high competitions and fragmentation. By this is the construction industry in Malaysia is a dynamic and highly competitive. So by both small and large companies for market dominance leading to a fragmented, challenging marketplace. As for the market volatility and profitability, Malaysian construction stock exchange witness frequent declines due to industry unpredictable. As for the importance of technology and innovation, the technology and innovations are crucial for maintaining the performance and sustainability of the market industry. And the construction company must adapt to technological challenges to ensure long-term viability. As for the profitability is shrinking, partly is attributed to the intense competition and market inflation. As for the economic contribution and GDP, the construction plays a pivotal roles in Malaysia economy despite so the intensive linkage with other sectors such as manufacturing underlines its economic importance. As for the efficiency improvement in construction sector, despite lower GDP contribution, the construction sector efficiency measured by output-input ratio. And so it has improved over the years.
As for the competitiveness intensity, is the companies is influenced by the market and the regulatory forces, and increasing sensitivity to external constraint trigger many managerial reflex and creativity enhancement. As for the problem statement, the keys is listed in the slide, which is the first one is a delay in completion. So the reason includes with the weather problem, poor scheduling, miscommunication, and social political changes. And delay is lead to the increased project costs, expired permits, and environmental setback. As for the second problem statement, caused by this is the cost overrun, because arise from the accurate project estimate and faulty schedule. So the solid planning crucial for better documentation and project schedule. The third part is the fragmented communication. Fragmented communication is involved of the various stakeholder leads to the fragmented communications. Lack of appropriate management hinder the customer relationship and project management. Then we go to the resource planning allocations. As for the resource planning allocations, the small companies struggle with the limited access to technologies and services compared to the large corporations. And proper resource planning allocation integration poses challenges towards the small companies. Then we move to the responsibility and accountability. So the accountability issues arise when team members do not feel responsible towards the project success. And clear communication and task assignment essential for avoiding such an essential problems. And the last part is the risk management problem. It is because of underestimating risk in construction project can lead to the financial issues and reputation damage. So during the COVID-19 outbreak, it highlighted the needs of the effective risk assessment and management. As for the research objective for this study is to examine the key customer focus in performance of construction industry in Malaysia, to identify the advantage of effective CRM practices and in performance of construction industry. And the third objective is to investigate and provide recommendation on how company can improve good customer relationship management. Then we move on to the research questions. So this is the listed questions that done in the studies. What is the relationship between the key customer focus and learning growth? Then what's the relationship between the CRM practice and learning growth perspective? Then the one is what is the main variable and contribute the most of learning and growth perspective. So for the research hypothesis, the key customer for the IS1, the key customer focus is positively related to the performance of construction organization in northern region of Malaysia. And then for the second is CRM practices are positively related of the performance of a construction organization in northern region of Malaysia. As for the significant studies, the first one is increased sales in back-to-back business-to-business relationship. So CRM system crucial for gaining a competitive edge in the construction industry. It enhances the client perception, impacting profit margin in a positive way. And the last part is the importance for attracting and retaining clients in the competitive market. Then the second is a better customer service and retention for contractors. CRM system improve business to customer relationship in constructions. And it also facilitate the repeat or referral businesses by storing client and project data. It also enable a better understanding of customer needs and enhance customer experience. So for the client relationship and market dynamic, clients have numerous options. So making awareness of market dynamic is very essential. So CRM aids, CRM helps in understanding clients' demand and maintaining the strong relationship between clients and the contractor. So it's very crucial for small companies to participate in major projects by meeting the specific project needs. And last one is the importance of CRM, customer relationship management in construction industry, because CRM contributes to business profitability and client satisfaction. It provides easy access to project details, purchase record, and customer demographic. It also benefits both institutions of higher learning organization in understanding the industry better. And we move on to the theoretical framework. The framework is a study incorporates of CRM and the construction business as the two main construct. So for the independent variable, we split into two, the key customer focus and the CRM practices. And for the independent variable, we study for the performance of the organization, which is the learning and growth perspective. As for the methodology, the research is approached by the quantitative method, and the research strategy is by the questionnaire survey. Then for the population is the staff member working in the construction industry that listed in the CIDB list. So for the sampling design is by random sampling in the northern region area in Malaysia, and the analysis done is the SPSS done by the nominating test, correlation, and linear regressions. So this is the design of questionnaire. Before jumping into some question, the questionnaire will begin with the introduction of the purpose of conducting research. The questionnaire survey is a combination of questions type which are gather comprehensive data and includes linked scale question, and it's a closed-ended question, qualitative response from the respondent. So for the introduction, respondent background, I took it from the parity et al. Then for the customer service, key customer focus, measured by the acquisitions, we gain a referral management activity taken from the MUMNI already. Same goes with the CRM practices and the performance of construction organization by learning on the and growth perspective. So for the result analysis, this is the correlations in between dependent variable and dependent variable. So for the correlations, as well for the independent variable, is study on the key customer focus and CRM. For the dependent variable is a learning growth perspective. So this is the result taken from the SPLF on the correlations between IV and the DV. So for the
Johannes, you have another 2 minutes.
Okay, for the analysis of variance, so for the regressions, we analyze to the ANOVA, which is analysis of variance, R-square analysis, and beta coefficient analysis. So the correlation between research questions, one research objective and the research hypothesis, the analysis done is a moderate parallel rise observed between the key customer focus and the learning of growth. And the statistically significant relationship indicated by two significant limits. For the ANOVA result, the model evaluates that the learning and growth perspective and the customer key focus is very significant. For the beta coefficient analysis, it shows the inconsistent coefficients for the key customer focus, but it does not alter the result. So by this, the study find that statistically significant and significantly favorable connection between these two variables, IB and DVs, in the construction industry. As for the research questions, objective and hypothesis 2, the analysis is the statistically significant and slightly favorable correlations between IV and DV. Is a high strategic significance of CRM practice that support the internal development and progress of construction industry. As for another result, the model evaluates DV with the IV is a highly significant. It shows that in the ANOVA result. As for the beta coefficients, is a strong positive correlation between CRM practice and the learning growth objective. Between these two variables, it is highly significant. The studies demonstrate the statistically significant and positively strong connection between these two variables, which is the CRM practice and the learning growth perspective in the construction industry. As for the linear regressions, the model shows that indicates a high significance, suggesting is a successful model. Higher F statistic implies a more effective model in planning variance of the learning growth. So the sum of square regressions is provide the quantitative measure in the model ability to explain the variance. So the residual sum of square shows that 106 degrees of freedom offering insight into unexplained variance. And the total sum of square is 649, representing the overall design of the learning growth perspective. As for the discussions, the main variable of learning growth is that independence variable 2 is identified as a primary contributor to the DV, which is the learning growth perspective, showing that the CRM practice is the contributor of this performance. And the comparison is that in contrast to key customer practice and CRM practice, it demonstrates that stronger correlations and higher statistical significance. As for the conclusion, in construction business context, CRM practice emerged as a pivotal factor influencing the learning and growth perspective. So as a recommendation, CRM environment is advocate the user-friendly CRM solution for communication channel, feedback and survey, analytical report and others. It also enhances the CRM skill in cross-section professional. As for the key customer focus for the recommendation, the action is by integrate the technology for clients, engagement, continuous improvement through feedback, and enhance client understanding. It implements changes based on the feedback to demonstrate responsiveness and commitment to client satisfaction, and develop a deep understanding of client, their need, expectation to tailor construction service accordingly. As for the last part is the future study, is that it may focus more on the difficult importance of the particular building infrastructure, home and businesses. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Puanis. Now let's hear from our two panels. Maybe we go first to our first panel. That is Dr. K. Dr. K, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ikmal. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Hanis.
Ya,
Okay, very good presentation. Okay, congratulations. Okay, may I look at your research objective?
Research objective.
Yeah. Okay. So you have three research objectives, right?
Yeah.
To examine the key customer focus in performance of construction industry in Malaysia. Okay. Right. To identify the advantages of effective CRM practices in performance of construction industry, and to investigate and provide recommendation on how company can improve good customer relationship management. Okay. So I think okay. The first of all, okay, maybe you may add before performance, yeah. Okay, performance. The performance to which performance you want to focus? The business performance, or the work performance, or the production performance? Can you explain?
So the performance is basically focusing more on the business side of the construction industry. So because this research is done in focusing more on the PMC side of the constructions, the project management consultancy of the construction. So the performance is basically focused more on the business now.
Okay, so I would like to suggest that you add business performance, because performance can be general, okay, can be varied. So you may stream down the subject lah. Yeah, the scope. Okay, all right. And for the result objective number 3, I think you need to rephrase a bit, because you in this objective you can see okay, ada dua result objective to investigate, lepas tu to provide recommendation. So maksudnya kat sini you need to rephrase, just use one verb. Okay, kat sini ada dua verb, investigate and recommend. So which one you want to choose? Okay, so you need to discuss with your supervisor lah on how to rephrase this. Okay,
boleh.
Alright. Okay, untuk overall your result objective ni, saya tengok objective number 1 and 2 ni dia kurang elemen smart, ya. Elemen smart ni ialah kita pun dah belajar kan, elemen smart, specific, measurable, reliable, achievable, reliable and timeliness. So maybe you may add dekat objective number 1 tu, to examine the key customer focus in performance of in business performance of construction industry Malaysia, using apa? You buat macam mana? Kan? How you examine the key customer focus? What are the variable that you use? So dalam ni tak nampak you punya variable,
Boleh.
Okay, macam tu lah maksud saya. Okay, alright, and then okay, move on to your methodology. Saya rasa tak ada masalah, because you are using questionnaire, betul?
Ya, betul, questionnaire.
Berapa sampel sampel you, respondent, sorry?
So for respondent distributed, distributed is 127. Then kita dapat balik return on 119. So remove for normality test tu remove dalam dapat 10. So analyze in 109.
Okay, so I think good. You cover northern region,
Northern region.
Okay. So I would like to ask your opinion, Okay. Buka jap result analysis tu, discussion ke kalau ada.
Gosh.
Okay. Alright. In your opinion, you cover for northern region, Northern region of West Malaysia or Peninsula Malaysia lah kan? Okay. What do you think? The CRM practices for in Kuala Lumpur or in the Lembah Kelang area, what do you think? Is there any difference between their practices as compared to northern region respondent, or how? Can you give your opinion? Thank you.
So in terms of CRM practices, dekat, I mean like in Kelang area, I mean like apa tu Kuala Lumpur area lah macam tu.
Yes.
So
have you come across any research or any articles which tell us about the practices in other places?
So kalau kita ambil in Selangor, I think is more advanced compared to Penang, compared to Northern Region area, especially Penang, because the market opportunity, the company in the Selangor we identify as a greater market opportunity lah, or potential for business growth, and then in the compared to the Northern Region area, and this could be higher demand for their product and services in the area and then for the target audience also. Target audience is Penang is more lower compared to KL. So because of the customer base on company product is will be more concentrated in the KL area. So company often
I think that's okay, Puanis. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So maybe we can pass to Dr. Siti. Sorry about the time.
Saja nak tengok macam mana dia jawab Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you Dr. Kemal. Okay. Okay, Hanis, I see your objective 3 tu, actually you dah develop model tau. Kan, you dah run regression, so you have the model dah. So kalau you nak kata objective 3 tu you nak develop CRM model pun cantik lah. So you ada you punya output main, orang lain tak buat tau, you ada. You ada model tapi you abaikan model you tu macam tu je. Sepatutnya you dah ada to develop the CRM model for construction organisation in northern region of Malaysia. Wah, lagi kah you punya output of you punya study ni. So try you tengok regression model yang you dapat daripada you punya regression analysis tu, sebab you run a regression analysis. So kalau you rasa regression model tu you boleh dapatkan satu model, so you boleh jadikan dia main output of you punya study ni. Lagi cantik, lagi clear you punya study. You know, your recommendation will be your conclusion lah, tak ada masalah. So your recommendation untuk chapter 3 atau chapter 3 tu become you punya suggestion lah, you punya ni macam model kan. You dah run ANOVA, so I rasa you ada model. So why not you keluarkan model you tu lah untuk jadikan you punya main output of you punya study ni. That one much better. Untuk objective 3 tu. So you ataupun you objective 3 tu convert nak bawa ke model yang you punya suggestion tu you jadikan dalam masuk yang you punya conclusion, tak ada masalah. So try discuss balik dengan Dr. Amin ni, tengok kalau model you ni boleh jadikan main output of you punya study ni, saya rasa lagi cantik lah. Okay, overall I tengok must make sure you bagi clear, bagi tallykan betul-betul you punya objektif dengan you punya result yang you dapat tu. Ada tapi bagi nampak clear, elok. Kan? Semua ada dalam you punya analisis. Cuma write up tu bagi clear lah, supaya dia nampak lagi jelas lah apa yang you dapat tu. Alright. Congratulations. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So
Alright.
my last panel. Alhamdulillah.
Apa last ah? Oh last. Oh last pun kena K. Nah. Alright. So thank you the panel, the K and Dr. Silafizan for your constructive comment. Alright. So thank you Puan Nes and congratulations. Alright.
Congratulations.
Okay. So now I pass the baton to Dr. K for emceeing this colloquium. Alright. Dipersilakan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Man. Presenter is Mr. Fazlan Idris. Mr. Fazlan, are you there?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And with us, the Mr. Fazlan, the supervisor is Dr. Siti Hafizan Hassan, and we have panel number 1, Dr. Zul Azmi Mohtar, and panel number 2, Dr. Nur Aminin Khalid. Welcome to both panels. Okay. All right, Mr. Fazal, you may share your slide now.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. K as a chairperson. So thank you very much also to Dr. Zul and Dr. Aminin for your time to listen my today presentation on the final year project on the evaluation of business management elements toward the success of mass rapid transit construction project on Kajang and Putrajaya line. Okay. So during this presentation, I will touch on the chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, and chapter 5. So as introduction, we know that MRT, the full name is Mass Rapid Transit, is owned by Mass Rapid Transit Corporation Sdn Bhd. Okay, why we call MRT, Mass Rapid Transit Corporation is owned because we as the only for the asset owner, but for the operations is operated by the Rapid Rail. It's from Prasarana, and for the MRT Kajang line, it is in between Sungai Buloh to Kajang with the 51 kilometers, and MRT Putrajaya line, known as Line 2, is in between Putrajaya to Sungai Buloh also with the 57.7 kilometer distance. So on the business management involves monitoring and directing a firm, a group action and resources to achieve its goals. So during this presentation, we will look out on the business management element that we have consists about 7 elements. That is strategy, marketing, finance, operation, human resource, communication, technology, and equipment. So in the problem statement, business management element overlooked, often prioritize engineering technical expertise only. This is has mentioned by Ganaway. And for the number 2, project that does not include business management element in construction project may lead delay progress. That is from the Chin and Hamid. And the last problem statement is towards successful construction project need to include keys of business management elements. It's from by Acosta Prado and Taful Mendoza. So for the research question and objectives, I have 3 questions and 2 objectives. That is on question number 1, what element of business management are required for MRT projects? And the objective number 1 is to identify the business management elements BME in MRT projects. And for the research question and objective number 2, the question is which element of business management contribute to the success of MRT projects? And the objective is to evaluate the main business management element factors that contribute to the project success. And for the third question and objective, how do MRT project establish a business management framework? And for the objective, we define to develop a business management conceptual framework in MRT projects.
On the significance of studies, majority of construction industries are unaware of the application of business management element to construction projects. Once the project already laying the progress, the contractors will have to apply for extension of time, that is EOT, and even bear that the extra cost to complete the project. So once the project have the trouble, the project will face problem with the quality, timeline, cost, safety, and manpower towards completions. So this is the source of the literature review. We are looking on the business management elements. So we have looked on the literature review from the finance, operation, marketing, strategy, technology and equipment, communication, and human resource. So this is the research gap. The research gap for title, The Cost of Delays and Disruption Project in Sedang, Selangor, Malaysia. This paper discuss only certain construction business management factors in the construction industry. And for research gap number 2, the title is The Effect of Construction Organization Management Practices on Project Success. So the gap is the research does not explain the result of disregards of business management factors in construction projects. And for the last research gap for the paper, Enhancing the Knowledge of Construction Business Failure, a social network analysis, the gap is the paper does not review enough information about the application of CBMF in construction projects. So this is the methodology. For this research, we already decide to use the qualitative method. So for the qualitative method, we already have for the data collections, where the data collection is from the interviews. The interviews I have conducted with the MRT Corp project team that have 10 respondents, where there is a different level and different position and different background of the study. But the main is all the 10 my respondents is involved with the completion of Kajang and Putrajaya line. So after that, on the methodology, this is qualitative. So we we have data collection, data analysis by Envivo software, result and discussion, conclusion, and documentations. So this is the data analysis. This is this is the screenshot from the Envivo 12. So this is the we call is the final product after I conduct for the interview. All the interview respondent scripts will uploaded to the Envivo software, and all the data will process to have outcome for the common trends. After from the common trend, we will can see for the pattern, and from the pattern, we will sort it all the interview respondent to the according business management element. So from that, we can sort it out again to look up on the priority percentage of business management element. So for the 4.1 on the results and analysis, so this is the final, on the ranking of business management element applied in success MRT construction projects. This is the graph show that is the coverage of business management element, where it is in between business management elements versus to priority. So from this graph, we can sort it in the to the ranking of the BME. So we can say the first higher ranking is strategy with the 36.90% of priority. For second is operations, 28.15%. Third, human resource, 20.3%. Finance, 14.48%. Technology and equipment for the number 5 is 11.45%. And marketing 8.1%. And lastly is communication is 4.35%. So this is the business management conceptual framework. So what I can say, this is the business management elements application that we to consider the strategy, operation, human resource, finance, technology, and equipment. Marketing, communication is our IV, independent variable. Okay, and then for dependent variable, we touch on the top 4 of the IV only. So we can see that for the IV strategy, the DV is the decision, timeline, and budgets. For the IV operation, the DV is project delivery and safety measure. And for the IV human resource, the DV is workforce planning and training. And for the finance, the DV is budgeting and cost control. So as the conclusions, we can say business management elements, BME, have a high percentage contributed to successful MRT Kajang and Putrajaya line project is strategy, operation, human resource, and finance. And conceptual framework constructed from the result that can be applied as a guideline for successful of any construction projects. But in this case, we will look out more on the MRT project. So on the recommendation, I have 3 recommendations. Firstly, on the future study, we can study on other successful MRT projects worldwide to analyze and determine the most effective strategies in business management aspects. So second recommendation is to conduct a longitudinal analysis to monitor the development of business management components across various stages of MRT projects. And for the last recommendation is we can collect viewpoints from a wider array of stakeholders. So that's all from my final year project presentations. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Congratulations, Cik Lan, Cik Fazlan. Okay, for the very interesting presentation. Okay, now we move to Q&A session. So I would like to invite the first panel, okay, Dr. Zul Azmi Mohtar. Okay, you have 5 minutes to comment on the presentation and also the content. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Cik Lan, for your final presentation.
Terima kasih.
Okay, can you go to your methodology? Okay, then I want to suggest you on your methodology part, it's better to you to put your objective, which stages that cover your objective. Like example, for the first stages cover for objective 1, and second stages that cover objective 2. That's so much clearer to see what method cover which objective. Okay.
Thank you.
For my recommendation. How you choose your respondent?
So I choose respondents is from my MRT colleague.
Is it random or targeted?
Sorry?
Is it random or targeted?
I just pick up on the randomly, but I need to ensure that all the 10 respondents have a different background, different position, and the different department lah itself. So I have for tense respondent, because I have cited from the working, have stated that a large volume of the literature mentioned that 5 to 50 participants are considered is adequate in the case of expert interview.
Okay, so put the references to strengthen your proof for that point.
Okay, all right.
Okay, you said the 7 element of BME, is it? Is it other than more than 7 from the previous researcher?
So far we have only have a 7 business management element, but during my research, I think we can get another elements on the future.
What is it?
This another is if I no mistake, it is we can look is if I no mistake, one of these we can consider risk can be to as another business management element.
Okay, so maybe you can put in your research article by you that you can suggest another element for the future study.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Okay, I think that's all for further comment in your thesis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. K.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zul. Okay, move to the second panel, Dr. Nur Aminin. Okay, please, Dr. Nur Aminin.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. K. And Cik Fazlan. Okay, Tahniah. Dah sampai towards the presentation dah tinggal nak a quarter mungkin lagi kan nak siapkan writing tu, right?
Yeah.
Okay, saya tak pasti, for the kalau social sciences like us, okay, macam saya social sciences, so tadi yang berbalik kepada sampling method tu, okay, so because Cik Fazlan dah identify kan di each person yang nak interview tu, so selalunya kalau dalam social sciences kita panggil purposive sampling, purpose, sebab kita memang pilih dia purposely kita pilih nak dia jawab soalan kita, so kita panggil purposive sampling lah kalau social sciences punya sample. Okay, untuk kualitatif. Okay, purposive sampling. Okay, now tadi sebelum slide 5.1, slide the framework tu, boleh tak Cik Fazlan scroll up set? This one. Okay, now ada tak beza antara apa tu yang kotak bawah tu, teknologi, equipment, marketing, communication, dengan yang atas tu kan dia punya kotak tu kan kita panggil apa, hexagon ke apa tu kan, what is the difference? Apa beza antara
dia tak ada difference actually, semua benda ni is a 7 business element.
Okay.
So I only touch more on this top 4 of the business management element.
Okay.
Yeah, that's only.
Okay, kalau dalam writing research untuk akademik, okay, kita selalu letak kotak yang macam teknologi equipment tu je. Kotak kita bentuk tu saja. Dia tak ada kotak yang yang hexagon ke apa ni saya tak So kalau writing, academic writing lah, tapi saya faham dalam tak kisahlah kan sebab kita nak present. But nanti pastikan dalam kita punya writing tu dia mesti simple one lah. Kotak yang biasa. Okay, for the writing lah. Firstly, framework kita, okay. Alright, and then the other one, when we talk about strategy, okay, kalau kita cakap tentang strategi ni ada dekat semua tempat, dekat operation pun ada strategi, operation strategi, kita ada human resources strategi, dan kita pun ada finance strategi lah. Teknologi, equipment strategi, marketing strategi, and communication strategi. So saya nak, boleh tak Cik Fazlan identify apa yang dimaksudkan strategi yang diasingkan tu daripada marketing business element yang lain tu?
Oh, okay, business element lain tu. So that mean okay, for actually this one this strategy is looking is more on the how to complete the project.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why actually macam doktor cakap lah, every business management element tu ada strategi dia. But it will have maybe have some difference lah on their strategy. Okay, but for me, what I'm looking is
management strategy. Can we say management strategy? Maksud dia nak manage the operation of MRT construction tu, that's why ada strategi tu. Mungkin management strategy kot, is it?
yeah, management strategy. Boleh betul? Boleh.
Ya.
Ya.
Okay, so saya rasa lah kan. Tapi kat sini memang ada pun decision, timeline, budget kan. So kalau budget tu dia macam masuk dekat finance. Kalau decision kan, decision timeline tu masuk ke operation saya rasa. Kan, saya but never mind, just because Cik Fazlan buat kualitatif, dia sebabnya banyak benda yang boleh didiscuss.
Ya, betul.
Recommendation. And tadi Cik Fazlan ada sebut the new element, risk. Okay, yang tu yang sebenarnya kena masuk dekat ni. Because you come up dengan new things, new element tu. Yang tu lah you punya finding. Okay, maksud dia selain daripada the element of risk tu sebenarnya jadi successful of completion of MRT line tu. Dengan you manage the risk tu lah yang sebenarnya boleh success you punya completion. That's actually your finding yang you dapat tu. Element tu sebenarnya. Okay. So, okay. Kalau saya tengok dekat slide yang pertama tadi, dekat introduction tu, Cik Fazlan dah masukkan all the business management element. The first slide tadi tu kan, introduction kan. Dia masukkan strategi, marketing, finance, operation ni kan. Jadi kalau secara akademiknya, bila kita nak jadikan ni adalah kita punya independent variable, selalunya dekat introduction kita hanya explain di dependent variable saja. Selalunya kita explain dependent variable saja. So yang ni akan masuk dekat LR saja. The finance, the marketing, the operation ni dia letak di LR. Betul lah tadi saya tengok ada dekat literature review. Cuma di introduction kita tak akan explain lah the IV. So introduction hanya ini saja. Kita punya dependent variable saja kita explain. Selalunya lah dekat introduction. Okay. So saya memang tertarik lah dengan elemen baru yang dapat tu, risk tu. Memang a very good one lah. Hasil daripada interview kan, betul kan?
Betul.
The new elements tu yang sebenarnya bawa you. So yang tu yang kena masukkan dekat recommendation tu juga. Di element risk tu. The new lah daripada yang lain-lain yang banyak tu kan.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, Dr. Boleh ya, Dr. Min?
Alright.
Thank you, Dr. Min. Okay, nanti further comments boleh diberikan dalam tesis lah, insyaAllah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zul.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, congratulations, Fazlan. Okay, all the best. Make sure you take note all the comments. Okay.
Yes. Alright. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okay, terima kasih banyak Dr. Zul dan juga Dr. Amini. Dr. Zul dan Dr. Amini juga panel seterusnya ya. Okay, Alhamdulillah. So kali ni kita bertukar pula. Panel satu ialah Dr. Min dan panel dua ialah Dr. Zul. Okay. So we would like to call upon Mr. Azman Zakaria. Okay, Mr. Azman. Ya, Assalamualaikum Cik Man. Cik Man boleh buka kamera?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Okay. Okay, Cik Man. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, now Cik Azman Zakaria will be presenting the dissertation, research entitled Readiness of Construction Personnel Towards Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay, with the panel, Dr. Zul Azmi and Dr. Nur Aminin. Okay, please welcome Mr. Cik Man. The floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to Dr. K for the moderator, my panel, Dr. Aminin and Dr. Zul, and my supervisor, Dr. Siti Hamizan. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam Malaysia Madani. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Azman bin Zakaria. And then my presentation today is about readiness of construction personnel toward the industry revolution 4.0. We call it IR 4.0. This is my content today. Introduction, literature review, research methodology, result and conclusion and recommendation. So a little about a background of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution that started around 1,700 years ago collectively contribute to the development of the world economy. The first Industrial Revolution occurred in the 17th century, starting with the introduction of the mechanical loom, followed by the second Industrial Revolution starting in the 1870 years ago, with introduction of electricity is known as the rise of electronic device. The third Industrial Revolution, 1970, labeled as a digital revolution, which is a replacement of analog electronic and mechanical device with the digital technology. IR 4.0, which was started around 2010, which is the goal is of creating of successful and sustainability manufacturing system and providing higher level integrating manufacturing process and the product. So this in the Malaysia, IR 4.0 started around 2015. So now we go for the problem statement. The construction industry has become the largest industry sector in the world economy, with about $10 trillion spent on construction-related goods and service each year. However, only a little or no productivity growth was seen throughout the period. The construction industry is also very slow in the adopting the new technology, even though the most technology have a great impact and benefit to managing construction project. Based on the statement, the following research questions have been made to conduct the research. The first one is, does implementation IR 4.0 is effective to increase readiness of construction personnel? The second one, the type of the major impact in the term of construction readiness. The third one, does implementing IR 4.0 is construction affect the construction workers? Based on this research question, in this study, I have the 3 research objectives. The first one is to identify factors affecting readiness of construction personnel in implementing IR 4.0. The second one is to evaluate the significant impact of IR 4.0 toward construction productivity. The third one to develop action plan for IR 4.0 implementation in the construction project. Now we go to the scope of the research. The general purpose of the study is to determine whether the productivity of the construction industry can be increased by implementing of IR 4.0. The research is only involved the construction industry in Malaysia. Therefore, the finding of the study can only accepted for the construction industry in the Malaysia. The scope we cover is construction Malaysia, contractor G4 to G7 is located in around wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur. Involve consultant, contractor, and workers, and my research approach is a quantitative. The significance of the study. There are several research findings have been determined in this study. The first one, whether the implementation of IR 4.0 is efficient to increase productivity of the construction industry. The second one will create awareness how effective implementation IR 4.0. The third one, to explore the current global productivity trend. The fourth one, understand the challenge faced by the construction sector and improve knowledge about the construction industry. Based on the literature review, previous literature review, the IR 4.0 is referred to create the sustainable manufacturing system to digitalize industry process. The third one, to improve the performance of the construction industry. Then the fourth one is mechanized process interconnected through the use of the various technology. And additional, readiness of the construction personnel toward implementation also depend to the strategy, leadership, culture, governance, and the people. Ini based on the previous LR. Now this is a gap of my research based on the theoretical and understanding, and the methodology based on my analysis and the method. Based on this table, we know the sustainability affect the economy, social, the environment. Then based analogy and the method, I use the relative important index. Based on the two, I propose my research study is a readiness of construction personnel toward the industrial revolution. This is my research methodology. I start with the selection of case study, identify the parameter, questionnaire design, distribute the pilot questionnaire, the pilot analysis. I use the reliability test for my questionnaire, then define the objective 1, objective 2, check with the normality data using SPSS. Then the final result I use analyze with the RRI. The selection case study. The target population of the study consists the contractor registered the Federal Authority of Putrajaya is categorized active. And based the CIDB record, only 79 contractor active in the Putrajaya, and based on the KG and Morgan table, the size in my study is only 63 minimum. So this is my independent variable and dependent variable. So this I've developed the questionnaire. Then I distribute the questionnaire to the WhatsApp, email, and the direct messages. In this study, I prepared the 38 questionnaire were prepared and distributed to the more or less 100 respondents, but only 70 respondents gave the feedback to my questionnaire. Based on the KG Morgan, I get the 70 feedback for data. Then a minimum I need for this questionnaire based on KG Morgan is 63. Then my data is sufficient to continue this study. So the method of analysis, SPSS and Microsoft Excel will be used to interpret the data collection. I use SPSS to do the reliability analysis test. Then another one is the normality data test. Then Excel I will use for the relative importance index analysis. So this is my outcome. The first objective number 1 to identify factor. Then number 2, the impact, significant impact to the construction productivity. So my result is analysis conducted by the 70 respondents who given the feedback. So I test based reliability test, demographic test, normality test data, and RRI, relative important index. So this is a reliability analysis table for questionnaire. I test all the variable my questionnaire. We use the reliability statistic analysis. Combo alpha, I get the 0.81. You consider good. Then my questionnaire is consistent and reliability. For objectives number 1, I also test for the reliability statistic. I get the 0.74. It's still acceptable. And also my questionnaire is consistent and reliability. The next one I test for the objectives number 2 for my questionnaire. I get 0.86. So consider consistent and reliability. I also test the demographic test in terms of frequency of the respondent, in terms of the gender, age, company background, position on the company, number of the project, service period, type of construction involved by correspondent, then the knowledge about the IR 4.0. The next is the normality test data to determine whether the sample data has been drawn from the normality distributed population. I test using the differential analysis, squeeness and kurtosis, Kolmogorov-Smirnov, spatial test, QQ plot, and histogram. So for the objective number 1 is effectiveness. So I test squeeness and kurtosis, QQ plot, and the Kolmogorov-Smirnov. So my data is normal based on the result. So I also use the histogram. So also my data is normal based on the objective number 1. For objective number 2, impact factor. So data is a normal data based on the result. Then for the histogram test, still I get the normal data. So after I get all the data, so I do the relative important index for RRI analysis. So this is objective number 1 based on the result RRI. So you can see there are two type of level. This is extremely important, then very important. For the objective number 1.
Okey, Cik
Objective
Man.
number, yeah.
Boleh cepatkan sikit ya, Cik Man. Seminit lagi.
Okay. The objective number 2. There's only a 2 RRI level, very important and extremely important. The conclusion. So I just realign based the ranking. For conclusion, we know the most important factor for the construction person implementing IR 4.0 is the proper understanding, then awareness. The most important impact for the construction productivity is the BIM technology and digitalization. It's extremely important. So based on the result, so I developed an action plan for the implementation construction site. I divide by 2 in management level, the implementation level, based on the objective number 1 and objective number 2. The last one is the recommendation. So there are 3 recommendations for this study. The study should be expanded to several locations, including the north, south, east, Sabah, Sarawak, and part of the Klang Valley. The next one, the study must be broad and comprehensive, include the party engaged construction, including the supplier and relevant agency. The last one is the question should be updated and tolerated with secondary hand. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Cik Azman, for the very nice presentation. Okay, now I would like to call upon the first panel. Okay, for Encik Azman, Dr. Nur Aminin Sadiq. Okay, please, Dr. Nur Aminin to comment. Dr. Min, unmute please unmute. Okay. Okay, Dr. Min.
Okay, alright. Okay, thank you Dr. K and congratulations Cik Azman. Dah siap presentation. Okay, so a few questions from me. Okay, saya tak pasti tadi during presentation tu ada Cik Azman still lagi menggunakan method snowballing method ataupun dah exclude ke?
Dah exclude.
Okay, so then actually what are the type of method, sampling method yang nak guna tu?
So until now, I just use the WhatsApp, direct message, and just face to face.
Okay, yang tu yang kalau kita panggil tu adalah medium untuk kita nak distribute questionnaire. So saya rasa dia sampling, maksud dia ada respondents yang nak jawab question tu, because kalau di dalam tadi disebut G4 and G7 kan, contractors in Putrajaya.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the sample lah. I mean the respondent yang akan jawab soalan Cik Azman tu. So kita tak akan panggil all the population kan, kita akan ambil like what you say tadi ada 70 kan, ada 70 orang tu, 70 contractors. Kan?
70 contractor registered in the Putrajaya.
Okay, so the population mesti lebih daripada yang itu, betul tak? Lebih daripada
So I check with CIDB, Doctor. So the registered contractor and category active in Putrajaya only 70.
Oh, okay. That's good. So semuanya mewakili lah. Nanti saya pun kena check balik. Dia ada term dia. Maksud dia kalau the whole population tu jadi sample, dia ada nama dia lah. Saya tak ingat nama apa. Nama sampling tu. Okay, so which mean that population 70 tu lah adalah Cik Azman punya sample. So dia ada nama dia lah. Saya tak ingat term apa kita guna. But it is good, boleh digunakan lah. Maksud dia memang boleh lah. Okay, cuma saya tak ingat nama dia tu, nanti saya akan get back to Cik Azman lah. Apa nama, tak ingat nama sampling tu. Okay, and then, Cik Azman menggunakan RII, Relative Importance Index. Okay, can you explain sikit tentang Relative Important Index ni? Boleh tak?
So, Relative Important Index is to determine the level of the IV.
Okay.
Independent variable. So, based on the questionnaire answered by the respondent. So I use the Likert scale. Based on this, I just use the RRI analysis. Then based on that, we can get the RRI level. Then we can know the most important factor in the level of RRI. Then we can ranking it based on the extremely important or very important or neutral or not important or not all important. This is a level of RI.
Okay. So, okay, for the objective one, so identified that extremely important is awareness and proper understanding, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what you're going to give a recommendation lah, apa ni, because dah dapat the awareness and proper understanding tu yang which will influence the readiness, betul tak?
Ya, betul.
Okay, so in term of awareness, apa yang Cik Azman nampak awareness nak bagi kepada readiness personnel ni, contractors personnel ni?
So based on my action plan, so I divide by two, management level and implementation level. So management level, they have the director, architect.
Okay,
Cik Mai, Cik Mai, maybe internet problem Okay, Cik Mai. Tadi ada internet problem kejap, Cik Mai freeze. Okay, boleh dengar sekarang. Teruskan Cik Mai.
Okay, based on my action plan, so I divide by two. So management level and implementation level in terms of construction management atau construction site. So maybe we can introduce more seminar to the higher in the construction site or the construction company. That mean we can explore how important or significant of IR 4.0 in our industry now, and provide a clear training to all the employees for the management level, and they can transfer the training to the implementation level. They mean the site person.
Okay, I think itu je kot, Dr. K.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Min. Alhamdulillah. Okay, and we go to the second panel. Okay, all right, Dr. Zul. Dr. Zul Azmi, please. Welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Cik Mai.
Betul.
Okay, same as Cik Lan before this. For your methodology, can you go to your methodology?
Okay. Okay, Doktor.
Okay, metodologi Cik Lan ni macam dia banyak cabang kan. So kita nak tahu which part cover objective one. So kalau boleh Cik Lan, Cik Man letaklah stage mana untuk objektif mana supaya lebih senang orang nampak, clear. So apa method yang Cik Man guna untuk objektif 1, 2 dan 3. Okay.
Betul.
Okay, saya tertarik dengan RII. Can the RII be used to measure the effectiveness of variable?
Yeah.
Boleh?
Macam mana tak? Tak clear.
Can the RII yang Cik Man guna tadi tu be used untuk measure the effectiveness of variable?
Yeah, boleh. So based on the result, RI can measure the effectiveness of the variable.
Okay, so from the result, what is the main thing that contribute to the readiness?
The readiness is
to apply the IR 4.0.
The first is for the readiness construction personnel. The most important is the proper understanding of the IR 4.0. The second one is the awareness for the personnel about the IR 4.0. It's based on the result RRI.
Okay, sampel Cik Man ni di Putrajaya kan?
Ya, di Putrajaya.
Okay, pendapat Cik Man lah. Adakah lokaliti ataupun tempat yang Cik Man collect data tu mempengaruhi kepada result ni? Maybe kalau kita ambil dekat kawasan luar bandar, dia punya readiness tu reduce banyak compared to Putrajaya.
So pada is my opinion, Doktor. So for sure, Putrajaya is more effective because the impact, the first impact is the government policy ataupun new government policy. The first impact is Putrajaya and the Klang Valley. So for sure kalau kita buat di northern area ataupun di luar daripada Putrajaya, mungkin dia punya result mungkin akan berbeza lah.
Okay, I think that's all. Further comment and discussion will be in your thesis. Okay, thank you, Dr. King.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Man, Dr. Man Amin
Amin.
Cik Man, Dr. Nur Aminin said that the sample, nama sample tu ialah census.
Oh, census.
Yes, alright. Please consider it in your write-up lah, ya. Betul, Dr. Min, Okay.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you.
So, alright. Muhammad Ridwan Irfan, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, Doctor. Can you hear my voice, Doctor?
Okay, I can hear your voice, but you need to talk louder, okay?
Okay. Like this, okay?
Alright. Okay, so Muhammad Ridwan Irfan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. To my panel, Dr. Kedora and Dr. Aminin. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time to listen and evaluate my presentation master project. And also my supervisor, Dr. Karina, and also my friends. Okay. So my name is Muhammad Ridwan Irfan bin Nasib, and today I will present for my master project titled Barriers to Sustainable Human Resource Management Practice in Construction Industry. Okay, so first of all, I would like to present about the background of my study. In sustainable HRM, there are three important items that need to be fulfilled in order to implement which in terms of financial, social and ecological, and it must give effect for long term. Okay, so this study will be focusing on construction industry, which have a unique challenge as mentioned by Human et al. 2007. So what is actually the benefit can be offered by implementing sustainable HRM? So basically, the company has aligned the HRM with sustainable development goals, SDG, where there are 17 SDGs that emphasize the interconnected, the environmental, social, economic aspect by putting sustainability at their center. Okay, so for background of industry, I just simplify it by these three pictures, which the first picture is represent a human resource management, second picture is construction industry that having a unique challenge for each project, and the third one is picture represent the area of this study, which in Sabah region. Therefore, to sum up this section is sustainable human resource implementation in construction industry in Sabah region. Okay, so move on to my problem statement. As we know, we need to fulfill these three situations in order to construct our problem statement, right? Okay, first the current situation, issue with the current situation, and also the ideal situation. So for the current situation, I've done an interview session with HR practitioner and coming with SWOT analysis. So these are the outcome of the SWOT analysis in terms of strength, weakness, opportunity, and also the threat to evaluate the current situation. So, what is the issue with the current situation? The first one, they do the downsizing and not good for long-term benefit and also opposition with the goals of sustainability. As I mentioned before, they need to give effect long-term. Okay. Besides, current HRM is more focusing under economical objective but not in environmental and also social. Therefore, the ideal approach in this study is actually to identify the barrier that can hinder the implementation of sustainable HRM. Okay, move on to the next slide. In this slide, we'll show all of us about the research question and research objective. So for first RO and RQ, I want to examine the relationship between observed variables, barrier variables, and sustainable human resource acceptance in Sabah Construction Company. While my RQ and RO2, I seek to identify the main barrier to acceptance towards sustainable HRM in Sabah construction industry. And the last RQ and RO, which the third one, is by recommend strategies to improve sustainable acceptance in Sabah construction company. Okay, a bit for my scope research. In my research, I do by quantitative investigation, which focusing on Sabah construction industry. So the questionnaire was distributed to the respondent, which from the middle department to top management. So after collecting all the data from the participant, I did a data cleaning and do a data analysis based on their feedback. Okay, so this the research gap of the study. So the gap were focusing to the three main points, which in terms of field of study, context, and also location of my study. So under field of study, there is no study actually looks towards the sustainable HRM acceptance through understand the barrier. Okay, for context, there is no study focusing on the construction industry, and lastly, no study is focused on Sabah construction industry. Okay, done for it. Move on to the next slide. So this slide is show and reveal as the independent variable and dependent variable for this study, which my independent variable, staff resistant, management resistant, organizational compliance, and also leadership awareness. So in this section, also I show the theoretical framework and hypothesis that I use along my research. So I use theory of reason action, TRA, to create a hypothesis. According to TRA, actually behavioral intention is influenced by two key determinants. First one is attitude towards behavior and subjective norms. Okay, so this set by Fishbein and Ajzen 1975. Okay, so you can see the hypothesis 1A until 1D is there is a positive relationship between the IV independent variable with the DV. For H2 is resistant. Resistant is the hypothesized to be the main concern for sustainable HRM acceptance in Sabah construction business. And last hypothesis is it is hypothesized that the TOS analysis will contribute to the sustainable HRM acceptance strategy. Okay, so in methodology section, these were items in the methodology, which my research approach, quantitative, as I mentioned before, research strategy by questionnaire, reliability and validity. Okay, for the first phase, I do a pilot test and also comeback alpha. After that, do the data cleaning and data entry verification. For the population, it's belong to staff member working in the construction industry, Sabah, from the middle to top management. Okay, unit of analysis questionnaire will be answered by individual, and sampling design is a random sampling. Okay, so move on to the result of this study. As we can see, the table correlation on this slide is actually answering my RQ1 regarding to relationship between my independent variable with dependent variable. For staff resistant and management resistant, we can see that the value of R or Pearson correlation are negative 0.370 and negative 0.462 respectively, with significant value less than 0.00, which less than 0.005. Therefore, significant lah. And both of it is negatively moderate correlation between the observed variable and sustainable HRM acceptance. While for the organizational compliance, okay, and leadership awareness is actually positively strong correlation with my dependent variable with value of correlation is 0.671 and 0.745 respectively, with both significant value less than 0.001 less than 0.005. So my research question 1 is answered. Okay, for answer my RQ2, okay, it can be said that leadership awareness is the main barrier to sustainable HRM acceptance in Sabah construction industry. It was 60.6% positive influence with significant. While for organizational compliance, it also have positive influence toward sustainable HRM acceptance with significance and having the beta value 0.239. For management resistant is having negative value, and staff resistant have a positive influence, which both is not significant towards sustainable HRM acceptance. So actually from here, it was actually shows that there is no element actually of resistance exists to our dependent variable, which is sustainable HRM acceptance lah. So my RQ2 settled. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, so next we'll be answering my RQ3. In order to answer this RQ, already conduct a SWOT analysis towards sustainable HRM, where the items in it I find from the previous study, and after that did a TOS analysis to recommend the strategies to improve the acceptance to sustainable HRM. So the strategies recommended is the organization need to develop sustainability program aligned with the global goals and communicate this initiative to client stakeholder and the community. Next is implement training program and communication strategies. Establish partnership with local organization, and lastly, implement a continuous monitoring system and employee feedback mechanism. Okay. So based on the hypothesis I have mentioned before, there are three was.
Please speed up your presentation.
Sorry, Doctor.
Please speed up your presentation.
Okay. This will be the last two slides. Okay. Based on the hypothesis I have mentioned before, there are three accepted and another three was rejected. Okay. And move on to the conclusion. So actually there are two variables having a strong relationship, which are organizational compliance and leadership awareness. Next is organizational compliance and leadership awareness are significant and positively influence the sustainable HRM acceptance. And lastly, leadership awareness is described as the variable and explained more on dependent variable as it has the highest value of influence on the sustainable HRM acceptance. So since timing very jealous, so thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you, Irfan, for the interesting presentation. Okay, I think you should keep showing your
sorry.
slide. Okay, so I'll start the Q&A session. Okay. All right. Okay, I have three comments here. Okay, the final one is the title of your research. Okay, it's not a comment. It is actually to sharing lah, just a sharing. I just want you to share your opinion and. Right. Number one is Irfan. Why do you choose Sabah as the location or the respondent in Sabah to carry out your to answer your questionnaire? Is there any specific or main problems that occurred in Sabah, or you have go through articles or any technical reports that provide the statistical analysis related to the problems that you study, or how? Why?
Okay, so as you can see in my what in my problem statement, I do a SWOT analysis so to the HR practitioner. So the HR practitioner actually is from Sabah. So that's why I choose Sabah as the main region of this study. Okay, because the current situation is based on Sabah current situation. Okay, so itu actually the first one. The second one is since I'm here, easy to controlling my distribution of questionnaire and also to collect all the data back lah.
Okay, so
So
you said
actually
about
the main is actually based on my interview with the HR practitioner lah in my problem statement.
Okay, all right. So I think in the problem statement you need to justify lah why or you provide some statistical value or anything that come out in the news, kan? Kalau ada yeah, if there is anything that related to your study tu ada dalam news ke macam mana, so you pick up that, okay?
Yeah.
And then okay, boleh ya? Depan. Alright, and then one more thing. Pergi dekat slide, go to slide research methodology.
Research methodology.
Simple je soalan saya. Kamu dah buat dah kerja kan? You dah buat dah apa semua research methodology tu. Okay. Okay, next slide. Number 9 tu. Slide 9. Okay, nak tengok. Okay, 9. Alright. Here you said the population Okay.
Population.
How many what are the numbers of your respondent? How you tabulate or you do the sampling?
Okay. For the sampling, okay. Sampling, I use the random sampling. Okay. So I already have the listed from the CIDP. Okay. So as we know, random sampling is from the large population. We take by randomly, right? Okay.
So contractor grade, you based on the contractor's
contractor grade G7 because because G7 have the ability to towards the implementation of sustainable human resource because in terms of readiness. Okay, so the population I took from the middle to the top management because there are these two level is more contributing to SHRM instead of lower staff.
So you said that staff members working in the construction industry, kan?
Yes.
So I think you need to specify them, yeah. From which position to which position, and then what are the grade of the contractors involved, involving the numbers of staff, kan, range numbers of staff in the company and also the capital of the company. So you need to really detail lah, kan, detail out the okay. Alright. Okay, saya my last question. Tajuk your title. Go to the ni. I think the title can be enhanced. Okay. Rephrase sikit lah ya. Maybe you can put the I think the barriers to sustainable human resource management practices in construction industry is not the word barriers to sustainable human resource management practices to quite confusing, because quite like not completed and incomplete. Okay. So maybe you can put determining the barriers for sustainable human resource management practices, something like that lah. Okay, discuss with your supervisor about your topic, to make it more clear and
reflecting your research objective and your outcome. Okay, your findings. Okay, boleh ya, Irfan?
Okay, Doctor.
Alright, thank you so much. That's all from me. Okay, I pass to Dr. Nur Aminin. Okay, for the next Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. K. Irfan, apa ni, congratulations. Malam-malam ni dah tersasul-sasul dah. sorry.
Faham.
Okay. Now, alright. Scroll down tadi ada satu slide yang saya the slide that saying the two accept hypothesis, dua hypothesis kita accept and then the other two is rejected tu. Mana tu tadi? This one yang ada yellow, red and yellow tu.
Okay, Doctor.
Kan. Right. So, can you explain what do you mean by negatively moderate correlation? Apa maksud dia?
Okay. So negative correlation here means okay. So these two is rejected, right? Because we want positive relationship between our IV and DV, but the result is negative moderate correlation, which means negative is when we experience high resistance. Okay, since both is resistant, yeah, high resistance. So our DV, our acceptance, SHRM acceptance can be low and high. Okay, it's opposite with the positive strong correlation. Okay, since they're positive, both will be going up. Okay, with IV and also DV. Yeah.
Okay, there are two just now. Can't remember. One is management resistant, right?
Management resistant.
So can you give an example? What is management resistant that you say will give the opposite satu akan jadi negatif ataupun satu akan jadi positif kan maksud dia kan? Kalau apa? Negatif kan? Negatif moderate completion ni. Okay, sorry, correlation ni. So maksud dia punya hubungan tu IV sama ada akan jadi meningkat, DV akan berkurang ataupun DV berkurang, IV akan meningkat. Right?
Okay.
Dia akan positif, dia akan opposite kan macam kata tadi, betul tak? Opposite kan? Opposite between IV and DV. Kalau kalau positively maksud dia both. Both are the same.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, can you give some example?
Okay.
What are the management resistant?
Okay. What I can say here, I will refer back to my operational definition of my study on management resistance. So what I define, my definition operational of management resistance in this study is a hesitation display by senior executive in adopting SHRM. So when they hesitate, okay, display by the senior executive, that means the acceptance will be either low or high. Yeah.
Yeah, betul. Alright, and then apa lagi ya? Okay, talking about the recommendation.
Okay.
Part recommendation.
Recommendation. Actually, recommendation I didn't put in this slide, but I have.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Just give us what is your idea? What is your recommendation?
Okay. So recommendation actually I already wrote up in my report. Okay. They can widen this study by use another variable. Okay. First use another variable because this based on R square value of this study is only only 50+% contribute to the SHRM acceptance. So the other 40% is by another variable. So they need to use another variable or another idea. Okay, first and secondly, maybe they can more focusing on the one variable only. Okay, such as leadership awareness only. Okay, leadership awareness towards SHRM acceptance. Okay, so we need to deepen our knowledge on it. And thirdly is by the another region area. Okay, instead of I doing in Sabah, maybe they can to another region lah.
Okay, so you highlight 3, I think, just now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
3
recommendation.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 recommendation, kan? Betul. Okay, and the TOS analysis just now, the TOS analysis.
The tools analysis that I using is SPSS lah.
Okay. I mean the slide, saya rasa slide yang ke-12 kot, betul tak?
The TOS analysis.
Ah.
Okay, doctor.
Okay. Alright, so we have the combination of opposite, I mean strength and opposite, right? Sorry, strength and opportunity, strength and threat. Kan? And another one is weaknesses and opportunity, and weaknesses and threat. Okay, out of 4 tu yang mana yang you rasa yang paling the best strategi lah for regarding construction punya ni?
Actually all is more to referring to construction industry lah. But if you say which one is the main, is starting for the training lah. Anything starting for the training, because the training is the root of the knowledge kan.
So you're saying that training lah the most important bila nak sustain kita punya RM ni kan?
Yes.
Okay.
After we know after we training, which is we know the knowledge about the sustainable something, the sustainable concept, then we can go another stage with easy. Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay, then that's all from me.
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Aminin. Okay, for the comments. Okay, Alhamdulillah. So I think Ridwan, Irfan, okay, please take up all the comments, okay, and later we will write in the report lah, okay, for detailed comments. Alright, okay, Alhamdulillah, syukur. Okay, congratulations, Muhammad Ridwan Irfan. Okay, we move to the last presenter, okay, for today. Alright, so I pass to, I will be the panel, okay, and then I pass to Dr. Ikmal to continue, please.
All right, so thank you, Dr. K. So our next presenter is Puan Nur Fazlin. Is Puan Nur Fazlin there? Is here?
Yes.
All right, so could you please share your slide? Okay, can you please open your slideshow? All right, nice, thank you. All right, so now we are coming to our last presenter, all right, Puan Nur Fazlin Shakina, all right, that will be presenting her work called Rising Cost Forecasting Model for Selected Material Used in Construction Industry, all right. So her panels for today are Professor Madhya, Dr. K. Dora Abdul and also technologist Dr. Muhammad Samsudin Abdul Hamid. All right. So with that, Puan Nur Fazlin, you have 10 minutes to present your work. So if you're ready, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So I will continue the presentation. And Assalamualaikum to the respected panels, lecturers, and also fellow friends. And I'd like to start my presentation by introducing myself. So my name is Nafal Shakina, and my supervisor name is Dr. Siti Hafizan. So this is the table of content and overview of my presentation. Moving on to the introduction. So building materials have been essential to the construction industry is critical to every country's growing economy. And any nation's economic growth rate may be assessed in a various way by constructing physical infrastructure, such as buildings, road, and bridge. So however, the global crisis has forced numerous industries to close their operation, temporarily or permanently affecting an infinite number of people. So the performance of the construction project is highly important as there are numerous implications, such as improper handling of the materials and cash flow during the site operation can negatively impact the project performance. Moreover, the project cash flow is one of the most important concerns in the construction industry. Throughout the project management phase, it influences the volume of the construction output and increase the risk of the project and abandonment. So let me elaborate further on the problem statement regarding the study. Material usage is essential in the building construction sector and is high in demand as the sector expands rapidly in the practically every country worldwide. So the cost, personnel, material and equipment are the key resources significantly impacting building project. So cost overrun has a negative effect on the performance of the building project in several ways, including fluctuations, timelines and also cash flow. Cost estimating is crucial for ensuring the successful completion of the construction project, especially during the early stage where choices are made based on the available cost data. So the variation in material cost induced by the supply shortage has also resulted in a reduction in the productivity and increase in the production cost. So to determine the analyze the productivity indices in the construction building, this research proposed a process for the evaluating raw material price pattern in the current environment and developing a forecasting model to raise awareness regarding the price changing over time. So this will allow the researcher to pinpoint the contributing factor regarding the rising material price and the challenge to maximize the efficiency implementing measure that can ease the impact of the rising building material costs on the property market. Secondly, I will move on to the objective of this study. So the first objective is to identify the major contributing factors and effect of the rising construction material costs on the project performance using a questionnaire. And the second one is to assess the implication of the rising construction material price in the northern region of Malaysia. And lastly is to develop a material forecasting model for selected material use in the construction project. Okay, moving on to the significance and limitation of the study. So as for the significance in the construction industry is to improve the efficiency of a project cost and the development of the intervention and safety countermeasure to prevent and mitigate cost overrun. As for the economical, is to reduce the percentage of the project failure due to fluctuation and provide mitigation measure to control the effect of fluctuation in material price. As for the sustainability, is to assist the contractor in planning the project using sustainable material to reduce the cost. And lastly, in terms of the academic, it benefits readers, especially professional researchers and students regarding the theoretical views on these matters. As for the limitation, the first one is the sole emphasis on the cost of rent. So the discussion of the challenge in the construction sector predominantly revolve around the cost of rent, possibly overlooking other critical issues that could affect the project success. Other than that is the limited exploration of the specific economic factors. While the research acknowledges the influence of the economic changes on the construction costs, it may not deeply explore specific economic indicators or factors contributing to these changes. And lastly is the focus on the northern region of Malaysia. The research seems to primarily focus on the construction sector in the northern region in Malaysia, which may limit the generalizability of the findings to a broader global context. So this is the literature review, overview of the literature review, and the gap of research for this study. Moving on to the methodology. So this is the summary of the methodology. So the research design chosen is the quantitative and the qualitative research. Quantitative research represents the gathering and analyzing numerical data, whereas qualitative research signifies the collecting and analyzing non-numerical data. Quantitative research focus on the testing and objectives consisting of variable, measure with numbers and evaluate to determine whether the outcome is accurate. So in this study, the respondent will fill out a questionnaire after which data will be collected, analyzed and compiled to achieve the first and the second objective. So the Likert scale was used to assess the information required to meet the study's objective. As a result, it would aid in supporting the quantitative component of the study and examine the flow in terms of the qualitative part. So the third objective is to develop the forecasting model for selected material use in the construction industry. So the construction material cost data were collected from the National Construction Cost Center between the year of 2013 to 2023 to achieve this objective. So the historical fluctuation in material costs are captured in this construction price index data, providing important insight into the pattern and trend that have defined the industry throughout the period. So the historical data will be analyzed using the time series and time series model and also the artificial neural network model over the period. After analyzing the data, the evaluation of the accuracy between the time series model and artificial neural network model were determined. Okay, so now I'd like to turn to my next slide, which is the result obtained from the data analysis. As you can see, these are the data that was analyzed. The first one is the factors and impact due to the rising construction material price. This The descriptive analysis was done using SPSS, which was classified according to rank. So numerous elements influence the overall environment in the dynamic field of the business and economy. So the mean value classification and standard deviation provide a significant insight regarding the estimated significance of each factor in the circumstance under the investigation. So with the top ranking is the entry of the foreign investor category has the highest mean value, which is 2.165, suggesting that the arrival of foreign investor is the most significant factor in the analysis provided. So this demonstrates the interdependence of the worldwide economies and the impact of the external investment on the dynamic of the local business. So economic indicators, particularly stock market indices and high gross domestic product value, and also are the vital element of the major significance. So secondly, the table illustrates the impact of the rising construction material price. Examine the element influencing the construction sector highlights substantial difficulty in the implementation of the project. So the primary factor is the fluctuation erode the purchasing power of contractor with the highest mean of value of 1.658, which refer to the challenge faced due to the undetermined purchasing power because of the shifting price. So these findings highlight the significance of addressing shortcomings in the supply chain and developing efficient cost management measure when negotiating the complex area on the construction sector. So moving on to the next slide is the trend for the selected construction material price. So the disparity between the price index, including the fluctuated, underscoring the necessity for a detailed comparison for the local market relatives with the construction sector. So as you can see, the price of the construction material fluctuate according the years, throughout the years. So next is the slide illustrate the time series model for the steel reinforcement. So after providing an overview of a Okay. So after providing an overview of the continuous price trend, the research explored time of the stability, including the years of 2016 to 2018, when the price were comparatively stable. In the recent years, variation have highlighted the industry adaptability to the shifting circumstance. However, as seen in the 2020, where the graph shows a decline. So this is because in the year, the whole world was hit by the COVID-19, which led to the unstable economy. Even the forecasting model cannot identify the unexpected event which lead to the decline in the graph. This is because of the external elements such as global economic condition and geopolitical development are significant. So the complex plot illustrates the complicated interaction of several elements that influence the steel reinforcement market. So moving on to the artificial neural network forecasting model. So the study presented data shows a continuous pattern of the neural network forecasting model. So the study of the presented data shows a continuous pattern forecasting model ranging from the 2018 to 2020.
You have another 2 minutes.
Okay. So moving on to the time series analysis versus the ANN model. So the comparative analysis of the ANN and time series model reveal the insight into their predictive capability across the observed world. So the aim is to truly investigate accuracy of this model in predicting real value and identify any consistent pattern or trend in the performance. While both models exhibit variation in accuracy, the ANN model generally show closer proximity to actual value. So this finding indicates that the ANN model has the ability to accurately identify and analyze underlying and correlation in the data, resulting in dependable prediction across the different market circumstances. So to conclude my presentation, developing a forecasting tool of selected building material utilizing the artificial neural network model. Which entails constructing the NN model, organizing historical data for training, executing the training process, verifying and testing the model, is important in order to use to predict the future pattern in the material behavior to help with the decision making and resource planning in the building project. A trustworthy tool for forecasting the pattern of the chosen construction material is to be developed. However, different material will exhibit varying trends with showing consistent increase while other display fluctuation. So as for the recommendation, the first recommendation is to continue investigating the fluctuation of construction material price at the other location. Next is to explore the integration of multiple models, consider environmental factors, conduct dynamic regional analysis, and extend forecasting to a long-term prediction and apply advanced machine learning technique. Next is extend the study to encompass a broader geographical scope, considering regional variation in material demand, availability, and pricing dynamic. And lastly, to identify advanced machine learning technique beyond traditional ANN models, such as deep learning, architect, or ensemble method. So that brings us to the end of my presentation. So as we are coming to the end of my presentation, I would like to thank everyone for listening to my presentation, and I hope you found this research is interesting, and I'll give you a much clearer understanding regarding this topic. So that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Puan Fadlin, all right, for the interesting presentation. Okay, now we move on to question and answer session, right? So we have our panels, Dr. K, if you're ready, the 5 minutes is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Ikmal. Okay, Lynn. A very interesting presentation and very fast, like bullet train. Translation. So it is proof that it is 1 year punya research work lah kan. Okay. Alright. Lynn, I just have one simple question. Okay. And the rest I will write in the thesis lah. Okay. I just wonder, what really motivates you to carry out this research?
To be honest, since I'm working with a contractor, the cost overrun issue is a major contributing factors lah, leading to project delay. So I would love to identify the model so that I could forecast the material price and in order to overcome this kind of problem.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Lynn. It is shows that this area is really significant and important to you. Okay, so okay, thank you, Dr. Ma. That's all from me.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Suara Dr. Man. Dr. Man.
Dr. Ma, unmute.
Okay, sorry. Biasalah yang last ni kan, darah manis sikit. Alright, so thank you, Dr. K. Now we move on to Dr. Sam. So Dr. Sam, the rest of the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the rest of the time. So I believe that I can have an extra time with you, Lynn. Okay, because Dr. K give me another 2-3 minutes to me extra. Okay, actually this is an interesting study. Congratulations. But I have a few questions and maybe suggestions that should be made and improve your research. First thing is on the literature review. When I read your literature review in your thesis itself, so some of your literature review made for the price of the material itself is until 2018. So I hope that you can improve into the latest one, maybe 2022 or 2023, to make it more relevant on your research itself. That is the first one lah. Okay, and then second one, I'm questioning on the methods. What scale that you use in order for you to develop your questionnaire? You use like a scale 1 to 5 or what?
Because scale 1 to 5.
Okay, so if it is reflected to that particular one, so I will ask about the result. Before that, what is the purpose of the secondary data that you use in your study?
Secondary data regarding the material price.
Yeah, the material price.
Oh, okay. So the material price were used in order to analyze the pattern throughout the from 2013 to 2018. so that I could forecast the price from 2018 to 2023. So the secondary data I use I compare the actual and also the actual data and also the forecast data.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another thing is you didn't explain why you use a Python model in your methodology for your ANN model. So you have to explain in your methodology. So why you choose in this model? Maybe you may include in your literature review so that we know that this model is suitable for your data and so on. So we cannot simply use that model without explaining the justification. Okay, have a look on the result itself. So if you have a look on the result, cuba tengok dekat result tadi. Especially on the data yang ranking tadi tu. Okay, because you are using a Likert scale, I have a query about your results because if we have a look on the mean is a prorata. So of the answer that is being answered by your respondent. So if we have a look on your result, the mean is quite low, which is less than 3. So how do you define that your result is relevant to your study to answer each of the factors? Because if you have a look year 2, 1.5, so maybe lower scale is mean that the respondent is disagree with that factors. So how you going to match how you validate your result? You sure that your result is good and then the respondent answer it very well?
To be honest, this is because of the low number of respondents. Because the total number of respondents that I could get around 79. So that's lead to the lower number of mean. And also, actually all the factors, I analyze the factors from the past research. So from the past research, I compare with the factors that I provide in my literature, in my thesis.
So I think you have to check back either your mean is proper or not. So because it's lower than the average actually, so means that the respondent is disagree with all of the factors. Okay, you may discuss further with your supervisors. So the further detailed comments will be included in your thesis. Okay, that's it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Doctor.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Sam and Dr. K for your very constructive comment to the candidates. All right, so hopefully Puan Nur Fazlin will take that comment and suggestion to further improve your writing afterwards. All right, so thank you Puan Nur Fazlin. All right, so Alhamdulillah dengan habisnya Puan Nur Fazlin tadi, so tamatlah sudah kolloquium pertama kita, CBM 730, okay, A Journey of Knowledge. Alright, so tahniah semua. Okay, alright, so and then not to forget, thank you to panels that giving up your time, alright, time cuti terpusam ni untuk bersama dengan pelajar-pelajar kita ni untuk sabar dulu biar kita ni mau. Okey, untuk kita inilah bersama-sama lah. Alright. So tapi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, jangan lupa ada lagi perjuangan belum selesai lagi. Alright. So saya serahkan kepada Dr. K tentang what's next selepas ini.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, thank you Dr. Mat. So, tamatlah sudah A Journey to Knowledge, First Colloquium of CBM 370. Dan saya nak remind sekali lagi beberapa important dates yang perlu dipatuhi oleh semua calon-calon, tuan-tuan puan. Alhamdulillah kita telah pun berada di timeline hari ini 25 Januari 2024 iaitu Virtual Colloquium CBM 730. Okay, dan insyaAllah selepas ini, okay, dengan mengambil kira semua komen dari panel, saya mohon semua pelajar-pelajar update dengan panel masing-masing, take note komen yang telah diberikan oleh panel dan sekiranya ada lagi yang tak berapa clear dan sebagainya, mohon untuk berbincang secara terus dengan panel masing-masing. Okey, dan juga berbincang juga dengan supervisor. Okay, kemudian pada 31 Januari 2024, peserta perempuan dikehendaki untuk upload probably sebelum jam 12.30 malam lah, 31 Januari 2024 tolong upload final thesis. Okay, yang ni kita bagi sedikit kelonggaran tak buat formatting lengkap pun tak apa lagi. Yang penting ada all the elements of muka depan, the table of content, the abstract, dan lain-lain itulah, acknowledgement dan lain-lain, sehinggalah ke references dan appendices lengkap, thesis, final draft tu, final thesis tu, okay, dan upload ke sistem yang tuan-tuan perempuan upload sebelum ni, iaitu final draft corrected draft, corrected report, okay, corrected report. Okey, untuk dinilai oleh penyelia utama panel 1 dan juga panel 2. Perlu ingat, final ataupun corrected report ini, inilah yang akan dinilai oleh supervisor dan juga panels anda. Okey, jadi dengan kebenaran penyelia utama, macam biasalah, penyelia utama akan verify your submission and the panel 1 and panel 2 will start to read your report. Okay, so ingat ini adalah boleh katakan inilah yang akan menjadi grade anda yang anda hantar pada 31 Januari 2024. Okay, kemudian panel dan penyelia akan memberikan markah by 7 of February. Okay, seminggu diberikan masa untuk memasukkan markah. Okey, dan juga kita akan buat selepas itu moderasi markah, dan pada 10 Februari markah akan dimasukkan ke sistem IRES oleh saya sendiri ataupun Dr. Ikmal. Okey. Dan untuk submission thesis dengan complete formatting, kita benarkan untuk menghantar pada 16 Februari 2024 ke Google Drive Google Drive seperti link tersebut. Jadi saya share dalam grup. Okay, so saya nak bagi tahu sini submission of okay, sekejap lagi. Sikit lagi. Okay. Okay, submission ke thesis dengan complete formatting ini, tuan-tuan perempuan, kita ada servis lah yang tapi berbayar sikit lah. Ada adik-adik junior boleh bantu tuan-tuan perempuan untuk buat complete formatting mengikut UiTM format thesis Okey, jadi nanti lagi saya akan share number pelajar-pelajar yang nak membantu tu, tapi perlukan sedikit bayaran lah Kalau tak boleh buat sendiri je. Kalau ada masa boleh buat sendiri. Tapi 16 Februari kena submit dengan complete formatting ke link yang diberikan. Okey. Alright. Kemudian untuk makluman semua, PITA UiTM Kuala Pinang ada menyediakan khidmat hardbound So kepada pelajar-pelajar yang nak buat hardbound thesis dengan bayaran juga tak wajib buat hardbound, tapi kalau sekiranya tuan-tuan perempuan nak simpan sebagai hardbound, okey, kita akan majukan kepada pihak PITA UiTM Kuala Pinang. Dan pihak PITA akan membuat hardbound lah dengan bayaran dari pihak tuan-tuan perempuan. Ini kita akan berkomunikasi kemudian lah, insyaAllah. Dan kenapa kita kumpulkan complete thesis berserta complete format dalam Google Drive tu, sebab kita nak menyimpan semua thesis-thesis tuan-tuan perempuan dengan di PITA di bahagian resources lah, online resources untuk dirujuk oleh satu dunia global. Okay, alright. Ada soalan tak yang dekat sini, important dates ni? Ada soalan?
Yang 16 Februari tu by kebenaran SB juga ke?
Tak, yang 16 Februari tu kiranya tak kebenaran SB lah, kena pastikan format betul. Anda check sendirilah, tuan-tuan check sendiri. Thesis dah betul apa semua, sebab tadi final draft report tu dah disemak oleh supervisor kan. Kiranya dah betul dah lah, konten dah betul dah. Ini dengan format saja, format format ni macam margin dan sebagainya tu. Format tu. Okey, ada semua item dan sebagainya. Boleh
Boleh. Thank you, Doktor.
nak tunjukkan supervisor pun boleh juga. Okey. Perlu diingatkan pada 31 Januari 2024 tu, okey, saya terlupa nak letak situ. Mohon juga lampirkan final report tersebut dengan keputusan similarity index. Similarity index ni boleh dibuat oleh supervisor masing-masing ya. Similarity index mestilah rendah dari 30%. Below 30%. Jangan lebih dari 30%. Sekiranya lebih dari 30%, nota perempuan kena rephrase dan submit submit yang betul lah yang telah di-rephrase kan. Okey. Jadi janganlah buat similarity index tu last minute 31 hari bulan. Similarity index tu buatlah a day before ataupun 2 days before. Okey. Submit ke dalam sistem. Okey. Jadi right. Okey. Ada soalan lagi?
Saya nak tanya,
Ya.
Doktor.
Ya.
Yang komen daripada panel tadi akan bertulis ke atau macam mana? Just take note daripada yang tadilah kita punya.
Okey. Alright. Ada panel yang akan return your thesis tu. Panel semua sekarang dia boleh access dah thesis semua ya dalam sistem. Draft thesis boleh diakses oleh panel daripada sistem. Jadi panel tu dia mungkin akan take note dekat soft copy ya, ataupun panel akan bagikan satu form komen ke, kita tak kisahlah, semua yang tu tuan-tuan perempuan boleh minta dengan panel masing-masing. Dia semua kena mintakan panel masing-masing lah komen-komen tu. Okey, boleh ya? Clear ya?
Oh, kena personally tanyalah kalau macam tu.
Ya, betul. Kena personally contact dengan panel dan minta apa yang panel dah komen dekat thesis. Saya percaya kebanyakan panel telah pun baca your thesis dan telah pun komen di situ. Sebab tu mereka dah boleh faham lah apa yang you present pada hari ini. Okey, boleh ya? Okey, ada soalan lagi? Thank you for the question. Ada soalan lagi tak?
Single references, berapa persen? Ada syarat tak?
Oh, single reference ada.
5% kan? 5% kan?
5%. Single references not more than 5%.
Kena explain kat dia orang tu single references tu, dia orang tak biasa, tak tahu tu.
Nanti dalam similarity report tu dia akan tulis lah single references berapa persen. Kalau not more than 5%, single references tu maksudnya you ambil daripada satu reference yang sama, more than 5% content you ambil you ambil daripada same article contohnya. Jadi tak boleh juga kalau macam tu, kalau lebih dari 5% single references kena rephrase juga. Kena betulkan juga. Okay. But the total similarity index mestilah kurang dari 30% with single references less than 5%. Okay. Clear ya? Yang tu nanti boleh dapatkan nasihat dari supervisor lah. Supervisor insyaAllah dah tahu dah tentang similarity index, dah biasa dah. Okay. Kalau ada soalan lagi? Tak ada
Ada Doktor.
Ada? Okay, silakan.
Apa ni, kalau yang tahun less than 2018 nak kena tukar?
Okey, dia sebenarnya terbaik. Kita boleh je ambil references daripada tahun lama-lama, tapi kita kena tengok jenis reference tu. Kalau kata buku ataupun standard manual, is okay kalau kita memang dia tak ada new version. Okay. Tapi kalau kata artikel kalau saya lah, kalau kata 5 ke 10 tahun lah, 10 tahun tu boleh di-consider lagi. Tapi kalau lebih daripada 10 tahun tu, memang kita kena tukar kepada yang latest. Kita kena cari yang latest, bukan tukar, cari yang latest. Okay, kalau boleh, terbaik ialah less than 5 years. Terbaik. Saya kata terbaik. So, if that reference, contohnya penyelidik tu dia buat research tu, dan dia tak ada dah research terbaru. Last kali dia buat tahun 2017. So that is the last paper yang dia buat berkaitan dengan apa yang you punya research area. So it's okay kalau you ambil pun 2017 baru berapa tahun 6 tahun macam tu. 7 tahun macam tu. So less than 10 years lagi. Tapi dah tak ada dah paper ataupun research yang latest dibuat oleh dia. So you boleh aja ambil sebenarnya. Tapi yang terbaik ialah 5 years research. Okay, boleh saya menjawab soalan tu?
Ya. Thank you, Doktor.
Okay, baik. Thank you so much. Okay, is there any question? More? Tak ada
SV yang tanya ni. Numbers of references minimum berapa? Ada ke?
Okay, sebenarnya kalau ikutkan guideline lah,
master.
Guideline daripada, saya ambil daripada pelbagai resources, bukan UiTM saja Kalau untuk master level, minimum 40 references, 40 numbers of references minimum. 40 numbers of references. Okay. So make
Yang
sure
tak
lah.
cukup tu kena tambah lah ya.
Ya, yang tak cukup tu tolonglah tambah. Saya tahu, saya faham. Mungkin sebelum ni tak sempat lah ataupun tergesa-gesa dan sebagainya, tapi please nak menjaga kualiti ini master level kan. Nak jaga kualiti tu kita kena adhere lah kepada kualiti dia punya standard dia. Okay. Alright. Thank you Supervisor. Ada lagi soalan? Tak ada? Okay Kalau tak ada, itulah Galen saya tak nampak. Okay. Tak ada. Kalau tak ada dah. Saya anggap dah tak ada. Kalau ada kita text je Okay. Alright. Next is the final one. Ialah sebelum kita bergambar. Okay. Kami, Sekretariat telah berbincang untuk kita menobatkan the best presenter for the first CBM 370 Colloquium. Okay. Nak tahu tak? Bukalah sound masing-masing.
Nak tahu betul.
Ya. Nak Okay, ready?
Okay.
Alright, ready? One. The best presenter for the first Colloquium CBM 730 is...
Dapat dia.
Dapat sijil Hadiah tu insyaAllah. Tunggu Dr. Siti. Kalau Dr. Siti kata ada hadiah, kita bagi. Okay, ready?
Mary Kay.
Mary Kay confirm. Pandai Dr. Sam. Okay,
Decathlon.
ready? Decathlon. You on
3 hari 2 malam.
Okay, ready? The best presenter for first CBM 370 Colloquium 2004 is
Ding tang 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 ding.
Julia Rita binti Nabi.
Ya
Allah. Hai semua.
Okay, tak semua dah tahu dah.
Kan? Okay, jom kita gambar.
Gambar tipu.
Boleh tak Julia?
Real lah tak macam ni gambar dia.
AI juga gambar.
Thanks semua.
Semua terbaik.
Bayarkan yuran boleh.
Okay, jom kita bergambar. Tahniah semua terbaik. Okay, alright.